Seeking Out My Mother in Another World. By Yu Fujiwara. Volume 2, Father's Footsteps, My First Step. Translated by SHM Translations. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 7, Unexpected Neighbor. Chapter 7.1, Talking with Dragons. At the Hatano household, I'm always in charge of cooking. This is because both my mother and Karen are terrible cooks. So, what did we do when I was younger? Since there was a town nearby, we would go there to eat, buy what was available and store it in the refrigerator, and somehow manage by making simple dishes. I don't clearly remember what cooking was like in this other world. However, I vividly remember my mother trying to cook using magic and damaging the kitchen counter. When I bring up that incident, Mother just gives me a vague smile. Anyway. This boiled greens dish is delicious, isn't it? It has a nice fragrance. And it's sweet. Yes, it was a good decision to boil this. The dishes that Suekun makes are all truly amazing. Thank you always. Vile-sama, we must ensure that Sue's skills are not discovered by the country. It would be troublesome if he were to be summoned as a royal chef. Don't worry, he wouldn't even dare say something that stupid to me even as a joke. I feel like the topic is getting ominous. It's nice to be praised, but getting hints of the way Mother and Karen have lived here from their conversation makes me very curious. Isn't a king supposed to be someone incredibly important, before whom one must prostrate? Well, for now, we're in a forest where no one comes, so it's fine. The boiled greens are a good match and the dish turned out well, but it's still a mystery herb. The ecosystem of the Void Forest is mostly unknown, and many of the naturally growing plants don't even have names. But I think it's probably a close relative of spinach. There's spinach in this world? Yes, there is. Seriously. I'm planting it in the field right now. It's okay, the vegetables from the other world are far more refined due to selective breeding. So the ones you're growing will definitely taste better. I see. In that case, it seems best not to carelessly take seeds outside. By the way, the magic of stock is effective even on the vegetable seeds found in the warehouse outside, so there's no need to worry about just harvesting them. Spinach, for example, is dioecious, so you have to grow male and female plants until they bolt. It seems quite troublesome, so it's a relief that the seeds don't diminish. But there are many delicious ingredients here too, like the meat for today's main dish. The horned boar lives outside the forest too, but the aroma of the fat and the quality of the meat aren't quite like this. Probably because it's from the Void Forest. Chomp. Bark. Yes, Chocola did a good job hunting it down. Good boy. But let's either eat or bark, okay? Chomp. You decided to eat, huh? Well, what the meat ate as it grew up makes a big difference. It means this forest is that rich. And thank you, Mother, for bringing the ginger. You're welcome. I thought you were running low on spices. When it comes to pork, it's got to be ginger pork. Braised pork belly takes time, so it'll be ready by evening. I'm looking forward to that too. I'm really glad we have a pressure cooker. Just a bit dissatisfied because we didn't have anything similar to Hakaku. Maybe I should visit the town at least once. There must be vegetables and fruits unique to this other world. The sweet and savory foods are still in short supply. The problem is fruits and dairy products. Maybe I should expand the area behind the house. Turn one side into a small orchard, and cows. If that's too much to ask, I'd like to raise goats or something. Section. As I was thinking about this, Mother, who had finished her ginger pork and boiled greens thing, put down her chopsticks. Thank you for the meal, Suekun. It was delicious. As for the town, now that we've settled into life here, maybe it's time to visit. You're welcome. Really? I've been in touch with them via the communication crystal, but I guess it's about time to show up and report. The relief supplies we requested should have arrived too. What? It seems like Mother had various preparations made by a state-run organization in anticipation of our transmigration, and a considerable amount of support supplies had been brought into a village called Sidir at the southern edge of the forest. Though it's called a village, it seems to be the size of a small town. Is that okay? Aren't we bothering them? It's fine, everything from the cost of the supplies, to the warehouse rent, to the salaries of those involved, it's all covered by Mother's personal funds. Really. Sway, Vile-sama is one of the world's leading mages. She has more money than she could ever spend. Seriously. But I feel bad having Mother cover everything, as if I'm just being provided for. Besides, I'd like to earn my own money if I can. I was about to say that, but Mother looked so proud and happy, so I decided to hold it off for now. Chapter 7.2, Talking with Dragons 2. As we finished our meal, Karen, Chocola, and I expressed our gratitude and began to clean up. Mother, with great enthusiasm, volunteered to wash the dishes. Her attitude, so delighted to be able to do some motherly things, was so pronounced that it made me feel a bit embarrassed. Hey, Karen. It takes quite a while to get to the nearest town, doesn't it? If it's just us, it would take about 5 days. We could do it in 3 if we don't sleep, but there's no need to rush. However, we will be bringing back supplies on our return trip, so. Vile-sama, can we get a lizard carriage? A lizard carriage? We have one prepared. I received a message yesterday that a Tarask has been procured. Mother continued washing the dishes as she answered. Is that lizard carriage okay to use in the forest? It might be a bit tough in some places. We may have to cut down trees as we go. But if we all work together, we can travel as fast as if we were on a main road. Even if monsters attack us, even if they are mutants, we can probably defeat them easily. Or rather, Mother can. If it's the same as the main road, it might take about 5 days. So, because it's in the forest, it will inevitably slow us down, right? That's right. For a moment, I thought, why not just clear the forest and build a road? But if that were possible, this place wouldn't be called a dangerous magic power place. I guess my wisdom is still too shallow. The only thing I'm a bit worried about is leaving the house unattended for a long time if we go. Don't worry, if it's the current sway, barriers can be activated remotely. Well, I guess that's true. I feel like I can do it even from afar. But still, it's a matter of feeling. No matter the environment, there's always a bit of anxiety about leaving home for a long time. If you're really worried, Mother could go alone. But Suekuen, you'd like to see the town at least once, right? That's right. Mother, having finished washing the dishes, joined us. Then, the 3 of us, along with one pet, entered into a post-meal relaxation. The main topic of conversation was when to go to town. It seems we will depart within the next 2 or 3 days. If it takes 5 days to get there, I wonder what kind of preparations we'll need. As I was thinking, bark, bark, bark. Chocola, who had been curled up, suddenly stood up and started barking towards the porch, or rather, the front yard. What's wrong? Could it be that a mutant is attacking again? No. This bark was a little different from one signaling imminent danger. It wasn't a warning or a threat. I remember a similar bark back in Japan. It happened when someone from Father's company or a neighbor stood at the front door, about to ring the bell, and he sensed it. It seems like someone has arrived. But how would we even have a guess here? Bark. While feeling puzzled, I opened the sliding window. I put on the shoes that were left under the eaves and stepped out into the courtyard. It came from the sky. The first thing I saw was that it was gliding slowly through the air with its wings spread wide. Then, without making a sound, it began to approach us. It was getting closer and closer. It's huge. How many meters is it? I can't even estimate. Its face, while reptilian, doesn't resemble a crocodile, snake, or lizard at all. It has a certain majestic aura. The horns on its head are sharp, yet beautiful. The scales covering its body reflect light, appearing blue, white, or green depending on the part. The wings on its back are spread wide and majestic, reminiscent of the functional beauty of a fighter jet. But it doesn't seem to be flying according to the laws of physics. From its thick body extends a robust tail, and beast-like limbs hanging down, left to dance in the air. It hovers slightly above our house, flapping its wings, then descends straight down into the garden, like a VTOL aircraft. A gust of wind swirls around. However, despite its massive body occupying about a quarter of the courtyard, the disturbance is quite modest. The barrier doesn't activate. This means that, in the short-term future, it will not harm us or our home in any way. I was more awestruck by its beauty than frightened or surprised. Its face, body, wings, limbs, and eyes which were calm and filled with intelligence. Indeed, compared to this, the wyvern I encountered on the first day was just a big lizard with wings. Dragon, I murmured dreamily, and the dragon spoke to me in our language. Sorry for the sudden visit. I felt the magic of heavenly Beldono and got curious. Oh, was it wrong to land in the courtyard? No, surprisingly friendly. Chapter 7.3 Mother, what are you doing? The dragon, who introduced himself as G-Liz from the Fafnir clan. I see. Kazutaru Dono, you've passed away. Mother came out into the courtyard and told G-Liz-san about father. Our bodies could be swallowed in one gulp by such a massive body, and his eyes are so large, probably as big as basketballs. From such eyes, tears fell like drops. It's touching that such beautiful, jewel-like tears are shed for my father. I thought I understood that human lifespans are short, but I didn't expect to lose him after just 20 years. It was an oversight. I'm sorry, Kazutaru Dono. Next time, I'll bring your favorite sake. Let's drink together. May the thoughts of my comrades soar to the heavens, dissolve into the infinite sky and forever be with us. He bowed his head while saying those at the corner of the courtyard where I buried father's hair. The last part is probably a prayer that only dragons could say. It felt wrong to say thank you, so I closed my eyes and prayed with him. After the silent prayer, I asked him, or her, G-Liz-san, where did you meet my parents? Oh, you're their child. I remember there was a tiny chick last time I met them. Surely you don't remember me, do you? Whoa, we've met before. To my surprise, I had seen a dragon before. It's regrettable that I was just a baby then. I don't remember either. Oh, the elf girl was still toddling around then. Do you remember me, Kusha? Bark. No, Well, it can't be helped. G-Liz-san dipped his head horizontally, which seemed to be the dragon equivalent of a human shrugging. So, how did I meet Heavenly Beldono and Kazutaru Dono? I was further south until recently. I happened to meet them when they ventured deep into the mountains. Kazutaru Dono mistook me for a wyvern, and that's when I got angry. Goo-wah. Dragons and wyverns are entirely different beings, and treating them the same angers the dragons. I learned this knowledge from Karen, but if I hadn't, I would have made the same mistake. Needless to say, my father, who was born and raised in a different world, Japan, did just that. But when I, the dragon, got angry and breathed fire, Heavenly Beldono got even angrier. Quiet, G-Liz. After that, it was a fierce battle. The three of us rampaged, and the mountain where I lived was almost gone. Heavenly Beldono at that time was so frightening. G-Liz, I told you to be quiet. Mother, what are you doing? Not in the past, but now? Are you practicing some magic? I've started to understand such things, you know? No, Suekuin, it's nothing. Don't worry, I'm not doing anything. To stop Heavenly Beldono with just words. Youngster, you're impressive. Even Kazutaru Dono couldn't stop her. G-Liz, I'll really roast you whole and then freeze you. Do you want to? All right. I get it, we're old friends. G-Liz-san seems amused, Mother looks murderous, Karen seems to be enjoying the scene, and Chocola is chasing bugs, unconcerned. Even so, I thought you had left Mount Gagazet to find a new home. And here you are in the Void Forest. You too. I never thought you'd move to a place like the Void Forest. Well, the erosion phenomenon can happen anywhere, and it's not guaranteed to be at the same coordinates twice. But to live normally in such a deep part of the forest, you must be quite something. You truly are their son, youngster. Teach, thank you very much. I was praised by a dragon. I could never have had such an experience if I were in Japan. G-Liz-san, where do you live? There's a mountain range further north from here, right? There's a dragon settlement in one of those mountains. I have a family there now. Further in. Isn't it dangerous? Isn't this forest a dangerous place? When I asked, G-Liz-san tilted his head. Mao, you're mistaken. I see, Your knowledge of this place is still shallow. Come to think of it, I haven't explained it in detail, have I? Mother took over and explained the situation. The Void Forest spreads across the eastern part of the continent, with its deepest parts known as the Divine Will's Broth, areas where magic power crucibles are prone to appear and linger. This is precisely where we've established our residence. However, the deepest parts refer to the very heart of the forest itself, meaning that no matter which direction you go from here, east, west, south, or north, you're moving away from the center, and thus, the forest becomes shallower. I had mistakenly thought that if we go north from here, the forest will get deeper, based on the vague information that there's a human town to the south. Well, to be honest, even I find the air around here a bit prickly. It's fine if I fly high above, avoiding the territories of the mutated species, but walking on the ground is another matter. But as a dragon, you wouldn't have trouble with mutated species, right? Are you kidding me? If it's a one-on-one fight head-on, I wouldn't feel like losing, but most of my kin would be evenly matched against those mutants under the same conditions. If there are more of them, even I would struggle, and might even flee. Mother, didn't you instantly kill 2 mutated griffins? Oi, Heavenly Beldono, your son doesn't seem to understand common sense at all. Don't worry, Suekuin, leave such monsters to your mother, no matter how many hundreds come. I won't say anything more. I'm beginning to understand. My mother is incredibly strong. And probably Karen too, incredibly strong. And Chocola, needless to say, incredibly strong. As for me, honestly, I wonder. I can activate a barrier that doesn't budge even against the attacks of mutated creatures. But still, it's good to have neighbors. Liz-san narrowed his eyes and bared his fangs, probably smiling. There was a charm to it, even with the fangs bared. Come visit us sometime. It's a bit far for human legs, but if you ride on my back, it'll be quick. On your back? The back of a dragon? You mean flying? Why yes. Why are you suddenly gulping? Of course I would. The thrill of riding on the back of a dragon and soaring through the skies is a quintessential fantasy event, transcending cultures and eras. It's a typical answer for the question, what do men like? Though I think it's the kind of adventure that would excite anyone, regardless of age or gender. It's a moment of gratitude for being born into such a wondrous world. Ma, if you're worrying about the wind, you don't have to, since I'll protect you with magic and you won't fall by mistake. My chicks would be pleased, and so would the whole village. Feel free to go anytime. Right, of course. Liz-san, perhaps flattered seeing how excited I am, happily spoke. However, Mother suddenly interrupted by clapping her hand as if she just thought something. Liz, there's a human town to the south of here called Sidir. Could you give us a ride there? Ha! Were you even listening to what I'm saying? I did. You can carry us and fly, right? That's what we just need. You only heard that part. The journey that would have taken 5 days will now be much shorter, easing Suekuin's worries. It's really fortunate that you came. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Mother had a big smile on her face. Can everyone get ready now? Let's go get our supplies. Author's note: the encounter between Liz-san and the Hatano couple dates back to when Karen was 2 years old and Sui was about 6 months old. The father, an adventurer, had taken up a quest to mine ore in the mountains where Liz-san lived. What are you doing? Can I mine some stones? Sure. By the way, where are you folks from? The conversation started off friendly, but then your father, ignorant of the other world, made a mistake that led to a fight. After a chaotic battle, they became friends. It's worth noting that dragons and humans are not particularly hostile towards each other. Due to the vast differences in lifespan, culture, individual strength, and appearance, conflicts are less likely to arise. This is an aspect I'd like to gradually explore further in writing. Chapter 7.4 Chaotic Backriding. Can everyone get ready now? Let's go get our supplies. Wait a minute, Mother. Us getting ready aside, there's also Liz-san's convenience to consider. Kahahaha. As always, Heavenly Beldono, your assertiveness is both nostalgic and pleasantly brisk. Well, it's fine. It's the human town to the south, right? With me, it's just a stone's throw away. What? Is that really okay? That apologetic face you make after getting flustered by Heavenly Beldono's whims, it's just like Kazutaru Dono. It's all right. Go get ready. I'll become your wings. Thank you very much. G. Liz-san's eyes narrow with kindness, and seeing such generosity, it's hard to refuse. Although it was quite sudden, that's what was decided. Section. It said that the destination, Sidir village, is located southward at the edge of the forest. According to G. Liz-san, it should take around 2 hours to get there. As for the northern mountain range where he, a male, lives, it's about a 30-minute journey. The mountains are much closer. I feel sorry for making him fly 4 times the distance. At the same time, I deeply realize that our home is truly in the midst of a vast forest. As for the travel preparations, you could even go empty-handed if you want. I think you can get everything there, including a change of clothes. Yeah, I've got a list of necessary items noted on my smartphone. Oh, is it bad if people see this smartphone over there? Although it can no longer be used as a tool for communication, various apps like the notepad and calculator are very useful offline, so I've been making good use of it since I was able to charge it again. It might be considered some kind of weird magic tool. With Suekun's barrier, it won't be stolen, right? I see. So, my barrier can even be used against pickpockets. Of course, that has never actually happened, but I somehow feel like it could. The thief's hand would be repelled, probably. Oh, right. What about the meat in the refrigerator? I remembered there was one problem. The journey there is fine, but on the way back, we'll be riding a lizard carriage, right? It's like a horse-drawn carriage, isn't it? I heard it takes about a week to 10 days. Since we plan to stay overnight there, we should at least consider that we're going to be out for half a month. Those in the freezer should be fine, but those in the refrigerator will definitely go bad. That's true. Then, shall we give it to G. Liz then? Will G. Liz-san eat it? He'll eat them, probably. Recently, I've learned something. Mother tends to be quite casual about matters that don't involve the family. Rather, I'm sure that Mother's natural disposition is someone who's rough around the edges, or to put it negatively, she's quite careless. Right now, she's trying to be a good mother, especially to me, which is why she seems so meticulous. It's not that she's forcing herself at all. Wanting to be a good mother to her son or daughter is also part of being a family after all. I felt the same way. But I hope that someday, even if not now, she can relax around me too. After all, a son scolding his mother for lazing around at home is also part of being a family. I guess we can only ask him. I stepped out into the garden at once. Excuse me, G. Liz-san. Actually, there's quite a lot of horned boar meat. What are you doing? I called out to him while putting on my shoes, and he was, for some reason, all I can see is his back. He's looking toward the gate. Oh, perfect timing. Youngster, is that area outside the fence used for butchering prey? Ah, yes. We use it as a dismantling area. G. Liz-san lifted his large head and peered over the fence into the dismantling area. Seeing him up close again, his presence and dignity are incomparable to the wyvern from before. I see. He nodded slowly, then curled his body and raised the tip of his tail forward to the place he was staring at. With a sway, the aura surrounding G. Liz-san wavered. No, it's not just an aura. This is magic power. Immediately after, a wound appeared at the tip of his tail. The deep cut, slicing through scales, turned into a red streak, and blood began to drip down. Wait, what? What are you doing to yourself? Yeah, don't worry about it. The blood flowing from G. Liz-san's tail spilled over the fence into the dismantling area, more precisely, into the hole where the blood and innards of prey are discarded. The red droplets soaked into the soil like poured wine, and after about 10 seconds, it stopped. Is your wound okay? Does it hurt? Phew, you're a kind child. There is no problem. The external injuries of dragons heal quickly. The wound has already closed, and there's not a trace left. The blood I let out isn't much for me too. Good to know. But why did you do something like this? Although he praised me for being kind, the truth is, I couldn't understand the meaning behind his actions well enough to worry about anything other than the injury. G. Liz-san bared his fangs with a mischievous grin. How should I say it? Perhaps purification? Actually, I can't even explain it well. We dragons are more intuitive creatures than humans. If I were to use a word to describe what my intuition just told me to, it should be purification. To put it plainly, I just felt like this was the right thing to do, so I did it. I don't really understand, but if that's the case, okay. I understand. When I nod, he looks puzzled. Are you just going to accept that kind of explanation? No, well, Liz-san and my parents are friends, right? Yes, friends is probably the right word. If it's something done by a friend of my father and mother, it can't be bad. Sure, I was surprised and didn't understand, but the dragon who shed such beautiful tears for my father wouldn't do anything to harm us. Besides, if it were something bad, my barrier would react. Cuckoo, you truly are Kazutaru Dono's son. Is that power inherited too? I still feel like I haven't mastered it yet. So, you can probably say that I use magic similar to what you just did. I don't quite understand the logic, but I'm doing it using my intuition. Yumu, I guess so. By the way, are you ready? Oh, right. After talking to Liz-san about the meat again, he readily agreed to take it. The chunk of meat that occupied about half of the refrigerator space seemed to be just a snack for the dragon. He gobbled it up in a few bites right then and there. I was quite surprised that he's fine with raw meat, but it seems that dragons taste magic power more than the meat itself and hardly ever cook. The meat from the beasts living in the deep forest was very well received. Next time, I'll offer even more meat as thanks. Section. And so, then, Liz, please. Please. Excuse me. Thank you very much. Bark. Alright, leave everything to me. I'll weave an air cushion around me, so you won't be blown away, but the scales on my back are quite hard. If it hurts, stand up and move around. With our family of 4 on his back, the dragon gently floated into the air. As we ascended, our cheers melted into the sky. Author's note: the meaning behind Liz-san's actions will become clear a little later. By the way, the straight line distance from Sway's house to Sidir is about 700 kilometers. So, this forest has a radius of about 700 kilometers. It's incredibly vast. Chapter 7.5: Flying in the Skies with Friends. The view from the back of a dragon was magnificent. As we ascended, my house shrank rapidly, while a vast expanse of green filled my vision. The void forest was far wider than I had imagined, so vast that no matter how high Liz-san took us, we couldn't see its end. In such a place, my house seemed so out of place. Why in the world was it transported here? You see the mountain range in the north? One of them houses our village. Liz-san prompted, looking back at us. His voice sounded as if he were right next to me. It was due to magical protection. We, who rode on his back, were thoroughly shielded from all the changes associated with ascent and high-speed flight. Even at considerable altitudes, the air pressure and temperature remained unchanged, and despite cutting through the wind, we felt no wind pressure. It seemed there was a barrier around his back isolating us, making it impossible to leave, impossible to jump off, as it were. Just like now, there was a time in the past when I flew on this back. With just father and you. When you were just born. Mother looks at the sky with a hint of nostalgia. It wasn't such a long distance, and it was only once, but looking back, I think we should have asked for more rides. He was delighted, just like you are now, Suikuen. Of course, he would be. This is a man's romance. So, Liz, could you continue to help us from now on? I'll give you a communication crystal. Using a dragon as a mount, in this wide world, you might be the only one who'd dare, Heavenly Beldono. It should be fine. I won't call you that often, and I'll make sure to thank you. But mother, I don't want to be a bother to Liz-san. What a good youngst. No, Sway. Despite my mother's overbearing request, Liz-san responded with a laugh. I, too, have regrets. The dragons live long, and we experience time differently compared to you humans. While we dragons exist in days, you humans live, age, and die. In just under 20 years, which I spent without much thought, I've lost countless opportunities to talk and spend time with friends. This time, I don't want to make a mistake. I'll let you ride on my back until you tire of it, son of my friend, my new friend. G. Liz-san. His words reminded me of Chocola. I used to think Chocola was just an ordinary dog. I had mistakenly thought he was a dying old dog. I've been thinking a lot of things about him when we were still in Japan. For example, if I didn't see Chocola for 3 days, would it be the same length of 3 days for Chocola? If humans live up to 90 years and dogs up to 15 years, 3 days out of 90 years and 3 days out of 15 years might have different lengths and densities, right? Maybe G. Liz-san is thinking the same thing I did back then. Bark. Chocola, noticing my gaze, tilts his head. It's nothing. Kuwan. So, while stroking her body, I touch G. Liz-san's back with the other hand. I don't know how old he is now, but at least to him, I must seem like just a baby. Yet, he stopped calling me youngster, he stopped for me. That's why. I will pay respect to his feelings and change my manner of speaking. Thank you, G. Liz. You are the first friend I made since I returned here. What, really? That's good, I'm truly honored. The dragon laughs heartily and increases the speed of flight even more. I felt warmer in my chest from the hard scales I felt in my palm than from the landscape spreading below or the clouds passing by next to me. Section. I secretly timed the duration from takeoff to arrival with the stopwatch on my smartphone. According to that, it's been just over 2 hours since we took off on G. Liz's back. The end of the forest is now visible, and adjacent to it was a fairly large city. Is that Sidir? I asked Karen, who is behind me. Yeah, that's Sidir village. It doesn't feel like a village though. It still looks like a miniature because of the distance, but it's clearly visible. The place as a whole is crescent-shaped. Buildings are densely packed along the edge of the forest. The buildings that line up are modest yet colorful houses and facilities, made of bricks and stones. Although somewhat cluttered, they were also divided by roads. What stands out most is the long rampart piled up at the border with the forest. This is already a city, isn't it? Or is it that in this world, even a place of this size is still considered a village? I had been taught that it's called a village, but it's really a small town. But I wouldn't have thought it would be this big. Karen tilted her head slightly at my question. It seems she doesn't quite understand either and looks at Mother for help. By the way, why is Sidir called a village, Vile-sama? Oh, it's just a trivial custom. My mother shrugged her shoulders lightly and explained in place of Karen. In the administrative divisions of Sork's kingdom, any settlement not governed by a noble is defined as a village, regardless of its size. Sidir is more like an autonomous district, where the head of the Adventurers Guild acts as the ruler. But the country doesn't want to give titles to adventurers, and adventurers don't want titles. So it remains called a village. I see. I thought it was irrational to keep such a large city as a village, but it seems there are various entanglements with politics and the country system. Why don't the kingdom send nobles to govern it then? I don't know that much. But even if there are offers, they will probably be turned down. They can turn it down? By the way, what kind of person is the king of this country? Well, he's not a foolish king, but not a wise one either. He maintains good governance but doesn't have the courage to carry out reforms. He's not a bad person. It's easy to deal with him because he's under the thumb of the queen. I see. Really, who is my mother, and what is her position in the country? I heard she holds the title of witch, a testament to being a top-class mage. But probably that alone wouldn't allow her to casually make such assessments of the king or invest a fortune in search for us. I've been vaguely afraid to delve deeper, but maybe I should properly ask next time. Well, no matter what status or wealth she has, she'll always be my mother. Sway, we're getting close, so I'll slow down. Okay, thank you. Where will we land? Well, first we'll stop on top of the rampart and then see if we can descend into the city. Then let's do that. As I responded to G. Liz's suggestion, my gaze was drawn to the city of Sidir below. Chapter 7 Interlude, Northeast Gregorum Region, Sidir border town. It is the 4th day of the new month and the hustle and bustle of Sidir was slightly more than usual. This was because, on the outskirts of town, strangers had been gathering, bringing in supplies of some sort. One of the adventurers living in Sidir, Bird Jungler, was somewhat irritated by this. Those must be the folks from the royal capital, right? What on earth are they doing, taking over the warehouse on the street corner? It was late afternoon and the sun was beginning to set. At the usual tavern, while devouring grilled chicken skewers and ale, he gossiped with his companions. I don't know. Besides, if you don't know, how would we? Or rather, isn't it a secret that even a first-class adventurer like you hasn't heard about? First class, right? I'm just a brute who's all brawn and no brains. Guildmaster cliché doesn't tell me anything. What about you, Lila-chan? I don't know either. Why would information flow to a receptionist at the bottom rung like me? Maybe Uncle Novium knows something? Has he received any orders for weapons? Idiot. Do you think I'd blab about the client's information? I wouldn't say even after opening a bottle of fire liquor, vodka. Ara, does that mean you do have some information? Kaka. Well, that's... Unfortunately, I haven't received any requests at all. They're not even buying a single dagger. If it's about information, then it should be Tomo who'd get it, right? Don't those guys come to Skylark Pavilion to drink tea? They do visit, but I am not so uncouth as to eavesdrop on my customers' conversations. Please don't think everyone is like you, Shuranai-san. You really put on airs, sipping whiskey while pretending to be refined. The regulars would cry if they saw you. Shut up, Desu WA. Bird has plenty of drinking buddies, but these 4-5 including himself are particularly close and often gather together. The group is quite diverse. Starting with a young man who is an adventurer companion of Bird, to a flashy receptionist at the guild, a boisterous dwarf blacksmith, and even the pretty poster girl of a coffee shop. Their ages and personalities, as well as their hobbies, are all over the place. But when they come together, for some reason, it feels just right. The fact that such a group can drink together in harmony is all thanks to Bird's personal charm, though if you point that out, he'll just scowl with a care but will have a twisted smile on his lips after. Regardless, even as the drinking buddies gather like this, they can't seem to find any clues about the strangers. Well, isn't it a bit late to be concerned about the comings and goings of people and goods here? It's the fact that they're from the royal capital that you don't like, isn't it, leader? Who's calling me leader? Well, I admit it. This border town is our place. Those royal capital folks still call Sidir a village. It's really irritating, isn't it? In the administrative divisions of the Sorks Kingdom, any settlement not governed by a noble of baron rank or higher is defined as a village, regardless of population or size. Therefore, Sidir is officially named Sidir Village regardless of its actual state. The residents, especially the established adventurers, prefer to call Sidir a border town. Sidir border town, proud to be the base for conquering the Void Forest, one of the only 3 divine wills broth in the world. Of course, just because it's classified as a village doesn't mean the people of the royal capital look down on it. They simply call it that because that's the classification, and those who have actually seen Sidir would never think of it as just a village. The forest spread out before them is blocked by a long rampart, and the buildings constructed around the Adventurers Guild include inns, weapon shops, magic tool shops, cafes, eateries, a main street lined with stores, clothing stores, general stores, and even taverns and brothels. Beyond that, there are trading companies and private homes, and the streets are lively and bustling, more so than any regional city. While it may not match the cutting-edge technology researched in the royal capital, from the perspective of fighting power, neither weapons nor magic are inferior here. Anyone who comes here will surely be overwhelmed, thinking they wouldn't find such a city at the edge of the kingdom. In the end, it's just jealousy and taking it out on others. Bird self-deprecatingly sips from his wooden mug. That elicited a wry smile from his drinking buddies. One of the reasons Bird is so well liked is his honesty. It doesn't quite suit his large frame and stern appearance, but Bird Jungler is a man skilled in self-analysis and possesses the humility to clearly state his own faults. I may boast about being on the forefront, but in reality, I haven't been able to properly conquer the Void Forest. That's why I find the royal capital folks so annoying. However, humility sometimes turns into timidity. Although it's part of his charm, the group shrugged at the negative complaints of Bird, the most skilled player in Sidir. What are you talking about, leader? You're the man who has led a party to the most deepest part of the forest since this city was founded. That's still just the middle part. The deepest part was still a long way to go. Fool. Apologize to my young ones who are happy to process the materials you brought back. No, actually, I think we're doing quite well. We've been able to continue large-scale harvesting operations in the middle part. Above all, we haven't lost anyone from our party yet. I take great pride in that as the leader. Mao. If that's the case, stop grumbling about it. But, I can't help but wonder. Have I done enough, or is there still more to do? When I meet that person, can I proudly say look how much I've grown? With a thud, Bird slammed his mug onto the table, causing everyone around to sigh. There he goes again, talking about his benefactor. That's the person who showed you the way when you were young, right? We all know the story, so you don't need to tell it again. Can I go pick some flowers? Specifically, until this story is over. Ma, I'm fine with it as long as I have my drink. Everyone adores Bird, but they're tired of hearing about this benefactor. It's a story he always starts when he's drunk, and it tends to be long. What time do you think it is? It's almost evening, you know? Just because we're off today, doesn't mean we can start drinking from the afternoon. If you start that story now, you'll ruin our night. I agree. I was on the early shift today, and I want to go home and relax soon. It's the best feeling to come home while it's still evening after having a drink. I also need to get home early to prepare sweets for tomorrow. I don't mind staying up all night. I'll listen to the story. In exchange, provide me with a whole barrel of liquor. You guys. Despite everyone's teasing, Bird frowned but had no intention of stopping his story about the benefactor. Listen, that person isn't just a guide for me, but for all of you as well. After all, that person is the one who was called a nation breaker, Heavenl. Hey, is Bird-san here? Just as Bird was about to ignore his friend's complaints and start his story, the tavern door swung open, and a young adventurer came in, shouting his name loudly. What's all the noise, Gots? The guild master has already been informed, but Bird-san, I think you should come too. It's an emergency. Seeing Gots' expression, Bird instantly sobered up. He now shows the face of someone who usually takes care of many lives in the forest. What's going on? Has a horde of monsters approached? He stood up to prompt the continuation. Gots, panting and half coughing, took a deep breath. Perhaps exerting too much force, his voice echoed throughout the tavern as he announced. The words he said left everyone speechless. Dragon. A dragon has landed on the city's rampart and is asking for permission to land. Chapter 8. Touching others' occupation. Chapter 8.1. Causing a lot of fuss 1. We received permission to land in a vacant lot on the opposite side of the forest, separated by the rampart wall on the outskirts of the city. Normally, dragons dwell in deep mountains and valleys and rarely show themselves in front of people. Therefore, the town of Sidir fell into a bit of a commotion. Thanks to G. Liz's politeness and the town representatives being acquainted with Mother, we managed to avoid any trouble. Otherwise, we would have been seen as a mysterious barbarian tribe from the Void Forest. It was truly fortunate that the guards did not throw spears at us. Moreover, G. Liz loudly apologized, saying sorry for the fuss before returning to the forest. Since Mother had firmly given him a communication crystal before he took off, we should invite him over to play once we get home. We owe him some gratitude. As for Mother, she had some business with the town representatives and went somewhere else with them. The representatives were two men, both with intimidating faces. One was a middle-aged man with a presence and dignity that seemed like he could appear in a Yakuza movie, the first to rush to our waiting spot on top of the rampart wall. The other, who arrived later in a flustered manner, was a red-faced, bearded man with a muscular build, resembling a bandit leader or something of a Viking. His appearance was honestly quite intimidating. I was reflexively worried about Mother being taken away by such men, but something seemed off. The man resembling a Yakuza's Oyabun stood upright and was oddly formal, while the half-bandit, half-Viking man rushed over to my mother and seemed surprised when he saw me next to her. The half-Viking, half-bandit man, whom I'll call Thief King-san from now on, was about to say something Mother when. It's been a while, Bird. Mother said that. It seems Thief King-san's name is Bird. And just like that, the nickname I had internally given him was gone in 2 seconds. I'll explain the situation on the way. Branch Guild Master. Was it Cliché-san? Is it alright if Bird joins us? By a curious coincidence, he's an old acquaintance. Yes. No, of course. Then, please call the Advance Forces team leader as well. I will explain the details. In the meantime, could you guide these children to the inn first? He's not a Yakuza's Oyaban, the branch guild master's name seems to be cliché. He nodded in agreement to my mother, then glared at a woman behind Bird-san, who had a Gyaro-like appearance and was peeking at us. What, you were with Bird, Lila? Perfect. Guide them to the Leaning Sunflower Inn. But I'm off duty. Don't give me excuses. Please, I'm asking you, they are honored guests. I can't leave such young ones in the care of our guards. I'll pay extra. I'm sorry, but I heard everything, even though the latter part was whispered. He seems to be considerate of the Gyaru, so maybe he's not as scary as he looks. Understood, Desu. If that's the case, leave it to me. Yahoo guys, I'm Lila, the cute receptionist at the Adventurers Guild Sidir branch. What are your names? Amazing, a Gyaru. There are Gyarus in another world too. But something is subtly different from Japanese Gyarus. Whether it's their speech or demeanor, it's like they've each evolved uniquely and just happen to resemble each other. Like the convergent evolution of moles and marsupial moles. Hey, you're not thinking something rude, are you? Oh, no, I'm not. That was close. It showed on my face. Eto, I'm Sway, this is Karen, and this one here is Chocola. Chinen, nice to meet you. Bark. Wow, a dog. Cute. Was it Chocola-chan? Nice to meet ya. Lila-san bent down and reached out her hand, but Chocola deftly dodged and hid behind Karen. Don't like me? I'm sorry, he doesn't want to be pet by anyone other than family. I see. Cry. Her blatantly disappointed face looks kind of a little cute. Well, whatever. I'll guide you then. Follow me. Isn't that too quick of a change of mood? Smiling brightly, Lila-san led us to the inn. Chapter 8.2, causing a lot of fuss too. The Leaning Sunflower Inn is about a 20-minute walk away. Located not far from the center of town, it was a rather big lodging. A splendid 3-story brick building with a signboard bearing the inn's name. Surprisingly, I could read the letters normally. It must be the power to make the world consistent that Father talked about. Repaint, was it? Reading the characters I should be seeing for the first time, it feels strange. Opening the door, I enter the lobby. There's a reception desk at the back, and the structure itself reminds me of a Japanese business hotel. As I was looking up at the dazzling lighting fixture hanging from the lobby ceiling, Lila-san asks, "This place costs over 30,000 nib for one night. Being guided to such an inn, who are you two?" Well, we're not quite sure ourselves. After all, I have no idea how much 30,000 nib is worth. I'd like to ask Karen, but she probably couldn't answer either. Because I'm the only one in this world who has the standard of Japanese yen. You don't look like nobles. Lila-san circles around us, observing as if scrutinizing. Eto, does my outfit look strange? What I'm wearing is otherworldly clothing brought by Mother. I checked in the mirror in our storage room, and to be honest, I just thought it looked very fantasy-like without knowing if it's good or bad, or if it has any sense of style. I was a bit surprised that the belt wrapped around my waist came with a default fixture to secure a sword sheath. It seems carrying a sword is quite common in this world. So, the magic sword Riddle is at my waist. I didn't think much of it when I was carrying it tied with a string, but now that I'm wearing it, it feels a bit embarrassing, like I'm in cosplay. Then, Lila-san, who had been circling, suddenly stopped in front of me. Startled, she exclaims, "Wait, I didn't notice at all, but your eyes." That's enough. It was Karen who interrupted her when she tried to look at my face. She stood up in front of me and asked expressionlessly to Lila-san, "Is prying into others' affairs part of your job?" "No, it's not. I mean, sorry. It's just that, with everything going on, I can't help but be curious about you too. coming from somewhere else. Lila-san becomes flustered. She must have thought she angered Karen. But in fact, Karen's not angry. To begin with, this girl's facial expression doesn't really change that much, so it's difficult to read her emotions. I was also a little puzzled until I recalled my memories of her. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to go any further than I had to. I just misjudged the distance, so. No, neither Karen nor I were angry. As I was about to open my mouth to say that, a thick voice resounded from behind us. Ma, what she says is right. Looking back, I saw one of the big guys I had seen earlier when we landed in the town. The man I nicknamed Thief King in my mind, and 2 seconds later, I learned that his name was Bird. He's an uncle who seemed to be an acquaintance of my mother. His arms, torso, chest plate, and legs are all thick and burly. His face is covered with stubble and is extremely stern. His chest and shoulders are covered with leather, and he is dressed like an adventurer. He looks like he's half bandit and half Viking. Uncle. Bird scratches his head and bows to us. I'm sorry. Lila-chan was trying to find out about you too on my behalf. So, she's not at fault. The one at fault is me for worrying about trivial things. Anyway, I've just spoken to the Anigo and resolved everything, so it's all good now. I wonder who this Anigo is. Could it be Mother? You know my mother, don't you? Ah, that's right. I'm Bird, an adventurer rooted in this town. I was once taken care of by your parents in another town a long time ago. Not just my mother, but also my father. Before I could tilt my head in confusion, Bird bent his massive frame to meet my gaze. Then, placing his hand on my head as Lila-san had done earlier, he peered into my face. Ah, the same as that man. No, your eyes are even deeper and purer black than his, Bird said with a pleased expression, softening his fierce appearance. Despite his intimidating look, he had a surprisingly likable and gentle demeanor that made one feel at ease. He smiled warmly. Welcome, son of Kazutaru-san. Welcome to the border town of Sidir. Chapter 8.3. Let's all have a cup of tea. Bird Jungler-san. He seems to be a first-class adventurer, like a leader of the adventurers in this town. It appears he's an old acquaintance of my father and mother wanting to meet me, their son. He joined us here as soon as he heard the story from my mother. And now, we found ourselves inexplicably drinking tea together at the cafe attached to the lobby of the Leaning Sunflower Inn. Moreover, we were joined by 4 of Birdsan's drinking buddies, whom he had called over. Hey, Sway. Karen, who was sitting next to me, leaned in and whispered softly. These people, they're a bit drunk. Sure, you shouldn't say that. I have a feeling their speech isn't quite clear. Just pretend you haven't noticed. There's nothing we, as minors, can do about the adults reeking of alcohol in the middle of the day. We can only listen silently and nod along to the life stories being told. Ah, Karen is 2 years older than me, so maybe she's not a minor anymore. I wonder if she drinks. Well, never mind, this girl is on our side anyway. I won't let her be lumped in with such hopeless adults. When I was younger, I lived far to the west, in the Bin region, far west from here, where your father's town is. And well, I was a fool who strutted around too much. Bird-san reminisced about meeting my father as he tilted his teacup. Despite his muscular, wrestler-like physique, his gestures were delicate and refined, though his face was red from alcohol. Overconfident in my own strength, I looked down on those weaker than me, playing the big boss and taking pleasure in it, truly a worthless guy. And that day, I picked a fight with your father when he came into the guild. He looked like a gentleman, not cut out to be an adventurer, a lanky guy. But he had a beauty by his side. Well, I didn't like it. But this boss, despite picking a fight, couldn't lay a hand or foot on him, and ended up being embarrassingly defeated. And when he thought of getting revenge by secretly following him. However, it was Schnee-san, one of Bird-san's adventurer companions, who interjected. He was a thin man who had a cynical look and twisted smile on his face, but he was surprisingly friendly. Starting with Schnee-san, the companions took turns taking over Bird-san's life story, pushing him aside and forcefully continuing. Was it bad luck, or did karma strike? He suddenly stumbled upon a herd of bicorns. Following Schnee-san was Novium-san. He was short but stout and beard like a ZZ Top member. He seemed to be a dwarf. Amazing, a dwarf. I never thought they really existed. I wonder if he does blacksmithing or something. I guess being drunk is forgivable for a dwarf. A bicorn is a rank 3 monster. It's dangerous for any adventurer below 3rd class to face one alone. And when they're in a herd, the danger level increases by 3, making it a critical case for multiple first-class adventurers. Lila-san, who guided us to the inn, spoke fluently about the monster data despite her casual tone. She's actually quite talented in addition to being a receptionist at the Adventurers Guild. Even though she looks like a Gyaru. But she's the only one who's hardly drunk, so I think she's a pretty respectable gal. Oh, and what's more, Bird-san had just been promoted to 3rd class at the time. Even as a full-fledged adventurer, he stood no chance against a bicorn. He was chased and cornered until he was ragged. Tomo-san is a fragile beauty with a gentle voice and a refined, calm demeanor. She's the poster girl for a famous cafe in Sidir, not this one, of course. But there's something thorny, or rather, a sense of pretense in her words. Above all, she reeks of alcohol more than anyone else here. I won't be fooled. They all cheerfully shared Bird-san's life story with us. And the one who saved him was the very gentleman Bird-san had tried to pick a fight with. In a flash, like lightning, he cut down the bicorns one after another, and then, he took pity on poor Bird-san, who had become a sorry rag. He even took care of him and brought him back to the nearest town. That's the whole story. Why do you all have to interrupt someone's story like that? Bird-san, having had his story told for him, sighed with a look of exasperation. But his lips were faintly smiling. Thank you, Bird-san. So, I bowed my head to him. What? Why are you thanking me? I'm the one who was taken care of by your father. Because that story is about my father. You told it to your friends over and over again to the point that they all memorized it. It was an event from over 20 years ago, yet he still remembers it so vividly. For him, it might be a shameful, embarrassing part of his past. Yet, he talks about it with such pride and a happy face. I don't really know how my father lived in this world. Even when we were living together, he never showed me his face as an adventurer. So, I'm happy to learn about it this way. Right, Karen? I'm also grateful. I didn't know much about Uncle's younger days either. I'm glad you told us. What the? You guys, are you idiots? Bird-san muttered under his breath, turning away and shaking his shoulders. His companions began to pat Bird-san on the shoulder and ruffle his hair, one after another. I thought to myself, these people are good people. Whether it's Gila's or them, I've been blessed with encounters since coming to this other world. And all of them, without exception, are connected by the bonds my father made. I'm grateful, but at the same time, I feel a little pathetic. Because I'm still just an 18-year-old kid who hasn't accomplished anything. Even before coming here, I just lived aimlessly. Yet, just because I'm the son of Kazutaru Hatano, I'm treated well by many people. So, as his son, what can I do? No, as Sway Hatano, what can I do? Kuwan. What's wrong? Chocola, who had been lying at my feet, suddenly let out a short cry. Looking towards the entrance of the inn's lobby, I saw Mother opening the door and coming inside. Bark. Chocola gave a modest bark and got up to run towards Mother. Maybe he was bored because we were listening to Bird-san's story. Sorry. I apologized briefly to Chocola as he jumped at Mother, but at the same time, I felt a sense of envy towards Bird-san and his friends, who were making a ruckus across the table. Was I envious of them for talking so joyfully about my father's memories that I didn't know? Or was I envious of Father, who was spoken of so proudly? I hate that I think about such things. As if to cover it up, I gulped down the remaining tea in my teacup. Chapter 8.4 A Good Night's Rest at the Inn. The tea party came to an end upon my mother's arrival. Bird-san wanted to invite my mother as usual, but the other members stopped her, their faces turning pale. What if we're disrespectful to Heavenly Bell Witch-sama while drunk? They said, all terrified. No, really, Mother, what did she do to become like this? Section. And then, I was led to my room after checking in, and I was overwhelmed by its luxury. I knew it was for family use, but isn't this too big? Is this a resort hotel? It seemed like it could cost 100,000 yen per night. A room that seemed 3 times the size of our living room at home, 3 beds lined up, a spacious sofa and table where one could relax at ease, and a chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Is this really a chandelier? Or some lighting device? Of course, it doesn't use electricity but glows with magic power infused into a luminescent stone. There's also a fully equipped bath and toilet, plenty of amenities, and even snacks prepared on the table. Moreover, for Chocola's sake, there was even a special dog bed and toilet installed. I've never stayed in such a luxurious hotel even when I was in Japan. However, all these things still felt very otherworldly. Indeed, the design looks luxurious, but in terms of technology, even without considering magic, Japan seems to be more advanced. For example, the amenities. The soap wasn't white, instead of a sponge there was a pumice stone, and the toothbrush was made by splitting and processing the end of a wooden branch. I also noticed that there was no shower in the bath. Apparently, it's difficult to continuously produce hot water, even though it's possible to fill the bathtub. When I mentioned this to my mother, she said your father used to say the same thing. Once you've experienced a shower, it's hard to go back. It's the best. No luxury inn can compare to our home. Bark. Chocola's mood visibly dropped at the mention of the word shower. Anyway, after checking in, the sun went down, and we savored the food brought to our room. The presentation and plating were elegant and luxurious. To me, it all seemed otherworldly, like something from a foreign land whose culture and climate I'm unfamiliar with. The spices and seasonings used were unique, which greatly inspired me, and I was determined to procure them before returning home from the town. But still, the food Sway makes is tastier. Yes, I agree. I prefer Sway-kuen's cooking too. On the other hand, Karen and Mother continued to praise my cooking. I was happy, of course, but I thought the food here was quite delicious as well. So, I asked, could it be a difference in ingredients? Indeed, the cuisine of Sidir boasts the abundant blessings of the Void Forest. This place, being a luxury inn, certainly claims to use the finest meats and wild herbs harvested from the middle part. I see. I nodded, understanding Mother's indirect words. The ingredients we usually eat come from the deeper parts of the forest. Since we're using different materials, the flavors are bound to differ. Even if we are not at the same level of dragons like Geeliz, humans in this world have the ability to taste the magic power contained in meat and vegetables to some extent. In other words, the deeper you go into Void Forest, the more delicious ingredients you'll find. But Karen, while cutting up a bird sauté, said, but it's not just that. Yes, indeed. There's definitely a difference. Even Mother followed suit. The seasoning of the dishes Sway-kuen makes is, how should I put it? Profound. Profound? Yes, I can't quite find the right words. It's abstract and honestly, I don't quite understand. But because it's abstract, it doesn't seem like they're just flattering me out of politeness or familial bias. Looking at Karen, she had a similar expression to my mother's. It seems they agree. Well, Karen isn't good at explaining, so even if I asked for her opinion, it probably wouldn't be very helpful. Sway, are you thinking something rude? No, of course not. What about you, Chocola? Is the meat tasty? Chomp. Bark. I see, it's decent. Well, your food isn't seasoned, is it? Tchmph. You dodged the question. Ignoring Karen's pout, I put the remaining root vegetables on my plate into my mouth. Yes, the flavor of the bird meat and the sauce has permeated, and it's delicious. I don't feel any particular dissatisfaction. I think. Or maybe, it's just that the two of them are used to Japanese-style meals, with soy sauce and mirin-based seasonings. Especially dishes like stews, which I think don't exist in this other world. Well, I don't feel bad being praised. Thank you for the meal. For me, it was refreshing and good. It also felt a bit nostalgic. I think I have vague memories of eating this when I was a child. Sway-kuen wasn't a picky eater as a child, right? On the contrary, Karen was so picky, saying I don't like this, I don't like that. It was quite a hassle. That's a long time ago. I don't have any dislikes now. Ara. Then maybe tomorrow, we should have red celery soup? Viol-sama. Red celery isn't food. It's just a weird-smelling grass. Karen turned away with her lips pursed. I see, so she dislikes celery, red celery, that is, if it's the same as the celery I know. After a brief exchange of laughter, Mother put down her knife and informed us. All right, both of you. About tomorrow, I have to have some complicated discussions with various people. A meeting with the Research Bureau? Do I not need to go? Yes, Karen, you're fine. After all, the position of special advisor was just a pretext to get you inside the organization. Leave all the complicated stuff to me. You've been moving things along for us since we came back here, haven't you? Thank you. A lot of people are involved, right? I'd like you to pass on my thanks. So, what should we do while you're away, Mother? There's a warehouse where the requested support materials are gathered. Could you go there and choose whatever you think you'll need? There's no limit to the number or amount. Take as much as you like. What? Is that really okay? It would be sad if you didn't choose properly after all the arrangements I've made. The items not chosen won't be wasted. They'll be put to good use elsewhere, so don't worry about it. In fact, if there's something you need that isn't in the warehouse, please tell me. I'll make another arrangement. I see, thank you. Then I'll take a look without holding back. I don't know what kind of supplies or how much is stored in the warehouse. But it's all purchased with my mother's private funds, right? To take as much as I want and return, it feels a bit shameful, like being carried on the back. It's not that I want to be independent. My desire to live with my family forever hasn't changed. But in a corner of my mind, I can't help but wonder. In this world, what can I do with my own strength? I don't want to remain a child who can do nothing, just relying on my parents. Karen, make sure you choose what you need too. Of course, chocola as well. Bark. But well, I am looking forward to it. There were many things missing in that house. I've even made a list of things that would be nice to have and saved it on my smartphone. And surely, there will be ingredients from another world, things I've never seen before. Chapter 8.5. A new member has joined our family. On the outskirts of the city, on the exact opposite side from where we dismounted from the back of Giliz, a district lined with warehouses. It was the destination for various goods brought into Sidir and, at the same time, a storage section. And one of those warehouses has now become dedicated to storing our family's support supplies. This is. Inside the warehouse, there was a staggering number of various things piled up, so much so that you couldn't see the top without looking up, and it was unclear what was in the back. I must have looked quite surprised, almost like a space cat. Mother, isn't this too much? Hey, over here. The one who greeted us was Cliché Beringler-san, who serves as the master of the Adventurers Guild Sidir branch. He holds a position in this town similar to Bird-san. While Bird-san is like a miraculous combination of a thief and a Viking, Cliché-san has the image of an Oyabun from a Yakuza movie. No, the faces of the big shots in this town are too intimidating. I had heard the stories, but to see that you truly have black eyes. And not just that, you're the Kusha from Helheim Valley, and the famously rumored Calm Spring Witch. It's quite a heavy responsibility for someone like me to be your host. Please don't give me too hard a time. Cliché-san said this with a tired expression on his stern face and shrugged his shoulders towards us. I thought the same when I met Bird-san and the others, but it's still a strange feeling to be surprised by black eyes. I mean, I'm just Japanese, you know? Well, my eyes are really pitch black, almost completely devoid of brown tones, which is rare even among Japanese, so in that sense, I did occasionally surprise people in that other world too. More importantly, Karen's the Calm Spring Witch. You have the witch title too. Didn't I tell you? I hadn't heard. I do, but it's not a big deal. Viol-sama is more impressive, and Sway will become stronger than me eventually. Karen nodded slightly with a huff. Why does this girl speak so proudly about my future? Anyway, it's troubling when an Oyabun-like uncle makes such a face. It's outrageous that you were even entertaining us. We are the ones who should be doing that. And thank you for today. And if my mother has been too demanding, I apologize. What? Oh, no, it's not like that. I mean, I'm the one who should be asking for your favor. Cliché-san seemed flustered as I bowed my head. I never would have thought that the son of Heavenly Bell would be so polite. I decided to pretend I didn't hear the words he muttered under his breath. To me, my mother is a kind person, so it's hard to grasp why she is feared. Well, even G-Liz was surprised when she instantly killed 2 mutated griffins at once, and the sheer amount of supplies she can order at her own expense is certainly on a different scale, or rather, beyond common sense. Branch Master. Before we look around the warehouse, I would like to check the lizard carriage first. Perhaps sensing my discomfort, Karen spoke up to Cliché-san. I want to select the supplies based on the loading capacity of the lizard carriage. Ah, yes. Understood, this way. Cliché-san turned on his heel and led us out of the warehouse. Section. There was a building like a stable out back, and when we entered, this is the terrace used for towing. Wow. There lay a dinosaur. It resembled a triceratops. A stocky body, a somewhat short tail, a beak-like pointed mouth, and most notably, a large radial frill spreading out from the back of the neck, and 2 horns growing from the head. It was about the size of a rhinoceros on Earth. Probably, when standing, its height would easily surpass mine. In terms of body length, it seemed like my mother, Karen, and I could all sit astride its back side by side. What's different from a triceratops is that its entire body is covered in a rugged carapace. I think it's a transformed scale, which adds to the otherworldly feel. Amazing. Cool, no, cute. Despite its silhouette, its round eyes looked very gentle. Ano, may I approach it? Is this your first time seeing a Tarrasque? Yes, so please tell me all about it. I want to know about its ecology, personality, and everything in detail. Oh, you're quite enthusiastic. Cliché-san seemed taken aback, but I didn't notice since I'm too excited. Because it's a dinosaur. Well, to be precise, a Tarrasque. It's different from the first time I saw the dragon G-Liz. That was more about majesty and dignity, like being moved by a completed sculpture, but this is like fulfilling a childhood dream. There isn't a child who wasn't fascinated by a dinosaur encyclopedia. And there isn't a child who dislikes triceratops. Even if I speak quickly, who could blame me? This one is a type of subdragon that lives in the south. In the Confederation, it has been kept as a beast of burden for a long time. It's used for plowing fields and its dung for fertilizer. And now, it's imported to the kingdom as a draft animal. It has strong pulling power and doesn't tire, able to pull loads continuously for about 3 days without sleep. Wow. So, it's like a cow, in a way. The meat is said to be inedible due to its poor taste, but the bones and carapace are sturdy, and in some parts of the Confederation, they have been used for weapons. I wouldn't eat such a cool and cute creature. I didn't think you would eat it. Ah, sorry. I got too excited and forgot myself. It's herbivorous, and any grass will do. It doesn't eat much compared to its size. It seems to absorb magic power from the magical fins around its neck and convert it into nutrients. I see, so the frill is for that purpose. Frill? Interesting choice of word, likening it to the collar of a lady of high society. No, that's just how it's referred to on Earth. The thing around the neck of a triceratops or similar. What kind of personality does it have? Are there any precautions to take when keeping one? It has a gentle nature. Since it was raised on a farm, it's accustomed to people and resistant to disease. I don't think it will get angry under normal circumstances, but be careful, if it feels its life is in danger, it will charge with its horns as weapons. It would be good to establish a clear master from the family. The Tarrasque is a species that has survived by behaving submissively towards stronger beings. I see. So, the fact that its meat tastes bad might also be a survival strategy. That's a new insight. It may seem far-fetched, but it makes sense. Indeed, even hungry wolves turn away from its meat when it trespasses their territory. It's probably because the carapace is so hard that it's difficult to hunt, so few predators target it. A master. How do I make it recognize me as its master? Well, you should regularly speak to it and give commands with a firm attitude. Then it will naturally. Cliché-san was explaining when. Trot, trot. Chocola, who had been waiting at our feet, started walking towards the Tarrasque lying in the stable. And as we watched, wondering what was happening, bark, Kururu. Bark, 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 Kururu, guru. Chocola barked in front of the Tarrasque's snout. The Tarrasque tilted its head at Chocola's voice. When Chocola barked again, the Tarrasque shifted its body sideways and purred. After a moment, Cliché-san said in astonishment, "Well, this is surprising. It seems like a master has been decided." Ha! Chocola licked the Tarrasque's snout, and the Tarrasque purred again. Bark, bark. Chocola turned around and ran back to us happily, stopping in front of me and panting proudly with its tongue out. I see. You've become that little one's boss. I crouched down and petted Chocola vigorously. He playfully nuzzled into my chest as if asking for more praise. Is it like a sheepdog? No, I've never heard of a dog leading a subdragon. The fairy dog Kusha has the power to become a subdragon's master. Besides, our Chocola is smart. Karen replied proudly to the still astonished Cliché-san. As I walked with Chocola towards the sitting Tarrasque, I asked Cliché-san, "Does this child have a name?" No. It hasn't been named yet. Then, how about? Try. Kyuru. Not good. Tops. Kyu. Then Sarah. No good either. I thought naming it after Triceratops or Triceratops would be nice, but the reaction was incredibly poor. Maybe a more ordinary name would be better. How about Pochi? Kurururu. Kururu. You like Pochi? Kurururu. It was meant to be a joke. All right. From today, you're Pochi. Please take care of us. And listen well to what Chocola says. Bark. Guru. Kururu. The Tarrasque, now named Pochi, purred happily. Are you really okay with Pochi? Chapter 8.6. Obsessed with things I love. I mentioned everything needed, wanted, and lacking for living in the forest. The staff brought these items, and I checked each one. I secured multiple durable goods, including stock. For consumables, I scrutinized whether they could be produced at home, keeping only the essentials if not. For producible items, I requested raw materials. And for what wasn't in the warehouse, I placed orders in preparation for the next visit. After picking just enough for the lizard carriage that Pochi will pull by then, it was already past noon. For now, the selection of supplies is complete. If you want to eat lunch, should I prepare some for you? Cliché-san asked with a refreshed look after finishing a task. It was a kind offer, but I had prior arrangements. Thank you, but I already have plans. I see, that's too bad. Well, there are still days before you leave, right? It's fine if it's later, but do show your face at the guild. Registering as an adventurer might be useful later on. Thank you very much, I certainly will. I bowed my head in gratitude and left the warehouse. The selected supplies were neatly packed and arranged to be loaded onto the cart on our departure day. I couldn't and didn't want to say goodbye to Pochi just yet, so I would visit the warehouse daily. You want to see Pochi too, don't you, Chocola? Bark. Next, we headed for lunch at Tomo-san's workplace. Section. Skylark Pavilion is not just a cafe on the main street of the town but also seems to serve quite substantial meals. Besides meals, their cakes are famous, and I had been determined to visit ever since I heard about them. Tomo-san is said to be the popular poster girl of Skylark Pavilion, especially among male customers. I was somewhat skeptical. While she certainly had the appearance of a fragile beauty or even a lady of the inner window, she was the one who smelled most strongly of liquor. The cafe is a magnificent building more akin to a restaurant than a cafe in the Japanese sense. However, the terrace seats facing the street and the relaxed atmosphere still give it a cafe-like feel. Welcome, I've been waiting for you. Tomo-san, dressed in a frilly-made outfit, greeted us with a graceful bow. Just that gesture alone made the male customers seated turn their heads and gaze in admiration. Her hair was done up more elaborately than yesterday, giving her a completely different impression from the drunkard she was. Indeed, she would certainly be fitting as the poster girl. Please, this way. Your dog can join us too. I've prepared a special seat for you. Ah, I'm sorry. I just casually said we'd come. Oh, it's fine. On the contrary, I'm honored that Sway-san's party have come. The male customers are utterly enchanted by the blooming smile. Amazing. This world doesn't have charm skills or anything like that, does it? Suddenly, Karen next to me tightly hugs my arm. Ha! Unlike the rest of the world, Sway is not so smitten by Tomo, which is great. Ah, no, yes. Thank you. Karen gives me a faint, modest, yet characteristic smile. My face involuntarily heats up. She doesn't show much expression and blends into the scenery well, so she doesn't attract as much attention as Tomo-san. But once you notice her, she has the kind of charm that will instantly captivate you. It's embarrassing, so I won't say it directly to her. Section. We were guided to a private room on the second floor, where Tomo-san took care of us attentively. Is this all right? Weren't you busy? Don't worry about it. In fact, I'm rather embarrassed about my behavior yesterday. Please allow me to make it up to you. I won't even charge you, so feel free to order anything you like without reservation. But still, that's going a bit too far. It's a bit overwhelming to receive such hospitality from someone I've only just met. I was about to politely decline, but then... Sweets. What? Could you possibly teach me about the sweets from the other world where you grew up, Sway-san? If possible, I'd like to keep them exclusive to our shop. If we could sell them exclusively, we'd make a fortune, hehehe. I'm hearing a laugh that probably shouldn't be let out. Should I pretend I didn't hear that? Oops, that was a close one. Do you think you've overcome the crisis? Well, I don't mind teaching the recipe, though. Before I delve into the sweets here, I'd like to know more about them. What ingredients are used, what varieties exist, and what is being made? Without knowing this, I won't understand the differences. Indeed, you make a good point. So please, feel free to eat to your heart's content. Also, about that exclusive sales. No, perhaps that's actually a better approach. I wouldn't want to suddenly introduce a strange recipe and cause market confusion. If the shop had 1 or 2 unique cakes as a specialty, it probably wouldn't be too problematic. If it seems likely to become an issue, we could make a contract to publish the recipe after a certain period. Thank you. Then, without further ado, I'll bring our entire menu for you to try. With that, Tomo-san turned around and, with her fluffy skirt fluttering, dashed off at lightning speed. We hadn't even been shown the menu yet. Could this possibly be Sway? Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Bark. Don't worry, Chocola, we'll get some milk for you. Bark. The problem is us. That atmosphere is definitely... Sorry to keep you waiting. Like an American waitress bringing a pound steak to a cowboy, Tomo-san returned, hands full of big plates. The sweet aroma wafted through the air, and the plates were laden with colorful cakes, and more cakes. Please, go ahead and try them all. I'd be delighted to hear your thoughts. Specifically, the differences from the sweets you know, any room for improvement, and if you happen to have any ideas that our cakes lack, feel free to let them slip. That would be perfect. Just as I thought. Right. The amount probably adds up to about 2 whole cakes. So, Karen and I would each have to eat a whole cake. We came here for lunch, though. It feels like we can't refuse anymore. Scary. And above all, if we eat all these cakes, there won't be room for anything else in our stomachs. If you're going to ask where to start, try this tart. Yellow berries are in season, the dough is made with Rieria wheat, and the eggs are rich from the Jiji bird. It's made strong enough not to be overpowered by the tartness of the yellow berries. Tomo-san seems not to hear our muttering anymore. Please do try this chiffon cake as well. It's famous for melting in your mouth. You can enjoy its natural sweetness as is, or add cream if you like, but my recommendation is to drizzle it with grape sauce. But she introduces the cakes one after another with such liveliness and joy. She moves closer to us with sparkling eyes. She looks far more charming than when she's just smiling for the customers. Ano, did you make these cakes, Tomo-san? Yes, of course. So, Tomo-san, you're both a server and a patissier, aren't you? I'm not familiar with the term patissier, but I do love making sweets. I see. Somehow, I understand. She must love making sweets for the same reason I enjoy cooking as a hobby. Despite talking about exclusive sales and big profits, if she really wanted to develop a new product just for the money, she wouldn't look like this. She wouldn't have such a smile. She wouldn't talk so happily about the cakes she made. Because she wants others to eat what she's made. Because she wants them to be happy eating it. Because she wants to see the joy on their faces when they say it's delicious. Did someone close to you, Tomo-san, love sweets? Why do you ask that? It was just a guess, but it hit the mark. But then, there's only one thing to do. Karen, shall we? I'm prepared. But if I get too full, the rest is up to you. Bark. Haha, Chocola, cheer us on too. I look over the colorful array of emotions laid out on the table and reach for the chiffon cake first. Since I don't know when I'll be able to come again, even if my stomach gets filled with sugar, I have to do as much as I can. Chapter 8.7 Bonds will be born if you put your heart into it. I think it was the first time in my life that I had faced cakes so intently. I wasn't originally as serious about making sweets as I was about cooking. So, there was a lot to learn from Tomo-san, and it was fun to deepen our knowledge together while asking each other questions. The basics of a cake, such as flour, eggs, sugar, honey, butter, milk, and fruit, remain the same. However, as the world changes, the types of ingredients change, and so does the taste. For me, it's a process of groping, or rather, tasting my way through. In the process of doing so, I began to see techniques and methods not available here, and it was a very meaningful time. But still, the amount of cake prepared was incredibly, tremendously, ridiculously a lot. Karen and I stuffed ourselves with cake until our stomachs were full and left the shop with solemn faces. Moreover, Chocola was delighted with the milk. It's the milk of something that's called a striped goat. I tasted it too, and although it lacked the richness of cow's milk, it was refreshing and had a unique flavor reminiscent of cinnamon that was delicious. You're lucky you didn't have to drink until your stomach burst. Bap. Bark. Section. After leaving the shop, we took a break for a while in the plaza on the main street. The square with the fountain was lined with stalls and was full of activity. The crowd was diverse, with various skin and hair colors. Occasionally, people with notably short and sturdy builds or those with animal ears and tails would pass by. The former are dwarfs, and the latter are beastkins. I don't see any elves. Elves tend to be reclusive as a race. Within the kingdom, they create small settlements in places without cities and rarely come out. There are such settlements scattered throughout the void forest. Is that so? Maybe they'll become our neighbors. They're not in the deeper parts of the forest. I don't think we'll meet them just living at home. I see. I wonder what Karen thinks of her fellow elves. Does she feel a sense of camaraderie? Come to think of it, I haven't heard the details about how she was taken in by our family. I vaguely know that she was the daughter of my parents' close friends. But well, she's here with us as part of our family, so that's it. Section. After resting our stomachs for about an hour on a bench, we headed to our next destination. It was Novium-san's smithy. He was introduced as a drinking buddy of Bird-san yesterday and is a dwarf. He makes a living from blacksmithing, and in Sidir, his smithy is known as a reputable shop. However, he doesn't wholesale to weapon or hardware stores but sells directly, so the scale of his business isn't large. With the map he wrote for us in hand, we turned off the main street into a narrow alley. As we moved from the narrow alley to the back street, we found his shop with a small sign hanging down. Ah, you've arrived. Hello. I'm glad I found the right place. Upon opening the wooden door and entering, the walls were lined with all kinds of blades. There were swords, spears, arrowheads, and other weapons, as well as small knives, hand axes, machetes, and even types of kitchen knives. Sitting stolidly at the counter was a middle-aged male dwarf with a long, bushy beard, Novium-san. Are you drinking again today? Yes, indeed. The best cure for a hangover is another drink. His statement was that of a completely hopeless adult. But he's a dwarf, so maybe it's okay. Is it? Noticing my stern look, Novium-san chuckled and shook his liquor bottle. I haven't lit the forge today. Of course, I don't drink when I'm hammering iron. So, shall we get started? Show me. Yes. The reason I was called here by Novium-san was because of my sword riddle section. Yesterday, while talking at the cafe attached to the inn, he seemed interested in the sword I had at my waist. Everyone stopped him from making a scene about wanting to see it right away. Drawing a sword in public is apparently prohibited by law, so we agreed to visit his shop later. I removed riddle, along with its sheath, from the belt buckle and placed it on the counter. Please. Novium-san silently observed the design of the sheath. Then he grasped the hilt and drew the sword, scrutinizing the mountings, squinting at the blade, and sighing deeply with emotion, murmured, "There is no mistake. It's my master's signature." Novium-san's? I was surprised. What a coincidence. But it's not strange, you know. My master was one of the kingdom's leading blacksmiths, honored with the title Iron. If you gather all the famous swords forged in the last 30 years, 9 out of 10 would be made by my master's hammer. I was impressed by the disciple of such a remarkable person. That master used to say, "I forged a magic sword for a kid with black eyes. That was my greatest masterpiece." That means, yes, it must be your father. I heard the story about 10 years ago, and at that time, he said it was 10 years prior. The timing seems to match, doesn't it? Yes, probably. About 20 years ago. That coincides with the time my father was here. And your master now is no longer with us. He died shortly after telling that story. He collapsed and died in the forge. We, his disciples, laughed at his blacksmith's grand departure. Chapter 8.8 Bonds will be born if you put your heart into it too. With a nostalgic and proud look in his eyes, Novium-san laughs. He then raises the sword, riddle, gazing at the blade with fascination. It's been stored away for a long time, also you said. I thought it might need some maintenance. But no, it's magnificent. It has the attribute indestructible. As long as magic power flows through it, this sword will neither be damaged, broken, nor rust. By the way, according to Father's guess, Earth is a planet filled with high concentrations of magic power. Surely, even while it was unused in that house's warehouse, magic must have been flowing through it. Do you know how a magic sword is made? No. First, we blacksmiths forge the sword. Then, the wielder imbues it with attributes and characteristics. The sword becomes a medium for the manifestation of magic, but at the same time, it is a vessel. And at the same time, just a vessel. Especially when it's given an attribute like indestructible, the quality of the weapon becomes irrelevant. The role of a blacksmith is quite limited. It sounds like he's belittling their work, but his tone and voice are different. What's there is noble, yet resolute. Still, we pour our souls into it. Pride, that is. My master used to say that he took on the request intending to make a robust vessel. But the owner wasn't satisfied with just that and told him I want the finest sword. That's an old tale. Between Novium-san's master and father, I couldn't protect my dear friend and his wife. I was entrusted with their legacy. I started a family. Perhaps I'll have my own child someday. That's why I need a sword to protect my family. A sword I can trust to carry my magic with peace of mind. That's what your father said to my master. And perhaps that is related to Karen's biological parents. Next to me, Karen slightly gasps for breath. I instinctively grasp her hand. As we hold each other's hands firmly, we listen to Novium-san's words. That's why my master didn't just forge a vessel, but a sword. He hammered the wishes into it, striking the soul into the iron. He was meticulous about the selection of materials, shape, and all the details. No matter where you look, where you touch, whatever you cut. He made it so the wielder could trust the blade with their life. The sword is sheathed, and the hilt is turned towards me. I'll give it back to you. It doesn't need maintenance. The trust between your father and my master still lives on. Novium-san. The sword feels heavy, different from before, as I reattach it to my waist, and I tell him, I'm a novice with swords. Unlike father, I don't think I'll actively fight anything. I carry this sword as a keepsake from father, to protect myself. But in essence, it's probably not truly mine. The trust that existed between Novium-san's master and father is not something I should intrude upon. To Novium-san, who silently urges me to continue, I go on. Novium-san, do you also make blades other than weapons? There are kitchen knives on that wall, aren't there? Yes, I forge anything. Neither my master nor I forge iron just to make weapons. We forge iron to forge iron. What the blade cuts is a trivial matter. Yes, that's good. Then, although I've already placed an order in the warehouse, I want to ask again. I want this person to forge a blade that I can entrust myself to. Could you please make a set of kitchen knives? Ones that can cut through the bones of beasts in the deep forest. Ones that can cleanly slice through meat fibers. Ones that can chop soft vegetables without crushing them. Knives that I can trust with the ingredients, so that I can fully do what I want, what I can do for my family. I'm not cut out to be a swordsman. Even being called a mage doesn't quite resonate with me yet. I probably won't embark on adventures to challenge formidable foes from now on either. However, as long as I am myself. To Mother, Karen, Chocola, and Pochi, who has recently joined us. I want to continue wanting them to eat delicious food. It will take time. It won't be ready by the time you return to the forest. Yes. I'll come to pick it up when it's ready. Before forging the iron, we must start by imbuing it with the attribute of darkness. You'll need to visit many times. I'll ask my dragon friend for the round trips. Sorry about that. It will be costly. For now, I have no choice but to have Mother cover for me. But I promise, someday, I will earn my own money. Novium-san stared at me silently for a while after that. I also looked straight back at him, under his thick brows, at his gaze that shone dully. After a moment, he smiled happily and said, I won't accept any advance payment, it's a pay-it-forward deal. Just pay when you can. Come pay with the money you've earned with your own hands. Thank you very much. Yes. I definitely will. Chapter 8, Interlude, Border Town Sidir, Adventurers Guild. Yes, the knights who were on standby have returned to the capital. Their compensation will be accounted for as temporary business trip expenses. Let's see. As a special dividend bonus, add an extra 20% to the standard amount for everyone. Is that all right? It's fine. It must have been a fruitless effort for them. Since they couldn't even tour the city, consider it a small apology. Adventurers Guild Sidir Village Branch. In one room of the branch, a temporary headquarters for the Royal Academy of Magic Arts Special Conference was set up. In that somewhat cramped space called the conference headquarters, there are people facing each other, advancing their discussion. Is it all right to proceed as planned with the warehouse supplies? Yes. Among the items the children did not choose, all the foodstuffs will be donated to Sidera's orphanage. As for items that don't spoil or degrade, we've disclosed a list to the guild, and if there are any takers, they can be released at 70% of the market price. There will be a considerable loss in terms of accounting. In comparison to my entire assets, it's a minor issue. Isn't that right, Advance Corps Commander Dono? Yes, it can be covered solely by the profits from the investments. The discussion is led by 3 individuals. One is a woman who lets her healthy and lustrous limbs peek through the gaps in her witch's attire, Viol Muker Hatano, the director of the Royal Academy of Magic Arts, Boundary Fusion Phenomena Research Bureau and the leader of this entire plan. Another is an old woman who looked young sitting with an intellectual and graceful demeanor, Laminaria Muker, the advisor to the same research bureau and the commander of the Advance Corps to Sidir Village. And the last one is an old man with a wrinkled, lean body but eyes that harbor a lively sparkle, a deputy director of the same research bureau, Giganai Vice Orcs. What should we do if we need any of the items that were handed down to the guild later on? Some of them may not be easily obtainable. I will select additional items that might be needed later by tomorrow. If there are any oversights, that will be my responsibility. I will take care of the handover of the items. It would be best to stop any particularly valuable items, such as spiritual medicines that could cause confusion if released to the market, from being handed down. Thank you. Then, I'll leave it to you. The content of their conversation is extremely straightforward and administrative. However, the scribes creating the minutes were desperately trying to suppress the trembling of their hands holding the brush pens. This is because each of the three individuals is a dignitary of the state. Viol, the heavenly bell witch, whom King Sorks bowed his head to and bestowed the title of Deer Slayer to keep in the kingdom. Her aunt, Laminaria, the Sub-Zero witch, who has served the kingdom for over 50 years. And His Royal Highness Giganai, the brother of the former king, a bona fide royal family member who now supports the research project on erosion phenomena as the deputy director. If they fail to record even a single word spoken by them, what would become of them, no matter how accustomed they are to creating minutes, no matter how confident they are in the accuracy of their shorthand? It does not lighten the scribe's burden. The meeting continues. Succinctly, administratively. How will the research bureau proceed, Director? If the erosion phenomenon actually occurs, the nobles aiming for rights will not remain silent. It's none of my concern. At least, no one will interfere or have a say in this erosion phenomenon. Right. As scary as always. Well, certainly. Even if there were any, they would be as if they never existed. Even if you do not act, the royal family will. That's what the Deer Slayer title entails. On the other hand, this meeting itself is undoubtedly political. Well, the research itself may continue. Even if I decide to retire, I've made sure the organization will run. The detection devices should continue to work without problems, so they will be useful if an erosion separate from this case occurs. So, Your Highness, will you become the director and take over? You're asking too much to an old man. Well, I'll accept. I'll just consider it as adding to the pleasures of my remaining years. Please give my regards to all the staff. I am grateful for their work on my behalf. And give them a special compensation bonus too. Tell them not to worry about their livelihood, as I won't step down as a sponsor. For example, Viol's high-handed words are all a check against the ignorant nobles. The transmigrators who came here due to the boundary erosion phenomenon, in other words, those who are planning to use Sway Hatano for their own purposes, will tremble upon seeing these minutes. The Deer in Deer Slayer refers to the royal family. In other words, the title of Deer Slayer is a proof that one is invited by the royal family to serve them only in name without regard to any rudeness or irreverence. Such a person is ordering the royal family to kill anyone who dares to lay a hand on my son. What she said now guarantees the status of the employees working in her old nest as they have always done. And in response, the brother of the former king and the senior vassals of the royal family are obediently nodding in agreement. Those who cannot even understand this, even if they are nobles, should rightly perish. In that sense, the scribe's tension is not misplaced. What they are currently recording is indeed a magic sword that can cut through power in politics. Section. But suddenly, a moment of relaxation comes to their tension. Scribes. Stop the record from here until I give permission. It was none other than the director, Heavenly Bell Witch Viol, who suddenly said so. Who could blame the scribes for the sighs of relief that escaped them? After confirming that they had put down their pens, Viol turned her gaze to Laminaria. Auntie, do you really won't meet them? Called Auntie instead of by her official title, Laminaria's eyes widened slightly. For Auntie, they are your grandnephew and niece. No, you're our only relative now. I wish to introduce you to those children. Yes. To be honest, I want to meet them. I really do. Laminaria smiled, but her face looked somewhat lonely. But, I don't have the right to do so. At least, I can't face your son and daughter without them being informed first. But, Viol, I originally didn't have the right to be called your auntie. I didn't even try to know what kind of treatment your parents were giving you. Moreover, I opposed your marriage to Kazutaru Dono. And with harsh words, too. I've already told you that it's all right. Unlike those people, Auntie, you were thinking of me. Even if you're all right with it, I am not. I cannot forgive myself. So at least, until you tell Sway and Karen, your children, about your birth and upbringing, until they say it's okay to meet me after knowing that. Regardless of the past, I have always been under Auntie's care, not only as an intermediary with the country but also in managing assets. That doesn't make up for it. Silence dominated the room for a while. Then Viol, with a voice tinged with resignation, was the first to speak. You'll stay in Sidir, won't you? Yes, the advance corps will remain as a permanent team, continuing to support you. Understood. Then I will talk to my children soon. But remember, Auntie, Sway and Karen are kind children. They would thank you rather than blame or reproach you. That in itself is a heavy conversation. Laminaria let out a deep sigh. As if talking to herself, she reflected. Everyone has left me behind. I lost my son when he was young, and my husband passed away before me. You may resent your father, but to me, he was a dear brother. The shadow of emotion on the face of the girl, who was actually a woman over 70, was appropriate for her age. Yet, she narrowed her eyes as if looking at the light and smiled gently. Viol, my dear niece, the only one left to me. As long as I live, as far as my hands can reach, I will support you. So be happy with your family. And someday, yes, please show me how happy you are too. Chapter 9, A Small House in the Great Forest. Chapter 9.1, Though reluctant, we need to go home. We spent 3 nights and 4 days in Sidir. On the day of my departure, the usual 5 came to see me off. Swaykai, Karen Chamu, see ya later. Make sure to visit the guild when you come this way. Lila-san started calling Karen and me by these funny names over the past 4 days. Especially mine. What's with that? Am I a game console? It's funny, so it's fine. Well then, see you. Now that you've registered as an adventurer, make sure to contact us when you come to town next time. I didn't get to talk much with Schnee-san, but he's an adventurer specializing in scout reconnaissance, and he promised to teach me hunting tips. I'll be in touch from time to time. Make sure to check the communication crystal regularly. I plan to continue interacting with Novium-san since he's making knives for me. I don't know when it will be ready, but I'm looking forward to their completion. Sway-san, please take care of that matter. Send the new recipe swiftly once you've devised it. Tomo-san forgets her usual gracefulness and waves her hands frantically. It's a heavy responsibility, but I'll think about it carefully once I'm home. And then, there's Bird-san. See you again. While the other 4 are making a racket, he crosses his arms and nods quietly. His gesture is incredibly cool and charming, making me realize, so this is what a cool uncle looks like. Sorry for thinking you were a combination of a Viking and a bandit. As the 5 see us off, we pass through the gate set in the rampart and enter the void forest. Soon, their figures fade into the distance, the gate closes, and all that remains are the dappled sunlight, the rustling of the trees, and the sound of wheels carving ruts in the path. It's going to be a long journey, but I'm counting on you, Pochi. Kururu. I'm counting on you too, Chocola. Please protect Pochi. Bark. Pulling the lizard carriage is Pochi, a Tarrasque with a shell-covered appearance reminiscent of a Triceratops, looking cool even from behind. Trotting alongside is Chocola, seemingly proud of his subordinate's brave figure. But what incredible strength you have, Pochi. It seems Viol-sama had requested the most splendid Tarrasque for us. Pochi is pulling a rather large wagon. It's covered with a top, and inside, it's loaded with supplies, and there's even space for us to take naps. What was the name of this type of carriage again? Connecticut. No, that's a place name. Conestock. Probably not that either. Anyway, the wagon is large, and so are the wheels. Section. There's still a path made by adventurers for now. It's just a trail cleared of vegetation and trodden ground, but it's wide enough for this wagon to pass through with ease. However, I've heard that this path will disappear before we reach the middle part. Eventually, we'll have to navigate through a pathless route, weaving between the trees, and sometimes even cutting them down to make space. Mother is sitting on the driver's seat, but we can't let her handle the reins alone, so we plan to take turns after some hands-on practice. The lizard carriage is bigger than I expected, so let's take it easy. I guess about half a month should be enough, shouldn't it? It's a 5-day journey, longer than initially planned. Quite a little trip. And yet, it hardly shakes at all. The lizard carriage is a quiet one. It occasionally rattles, but there's no pain in the buttocks, nor does it make one feel sick from the vibrations. My mother turns around with a pleased response to my muttered remark. Suspension. You know about it, don't you, Suekuen? I know, but could it be? It's a technology that your father developed. No, brought to us. Father did. With a proud look on her face, my mother continued. There were similar things before, but your father's design allowed each wheel to independently absorb shocks. He was faintly remembering, holding his head while he tried this and that. She seems to be reminiscing about the past. She speaks with very gentle eyes. And then, yes, it's also thanks to your father that we can return home. Karen and me were able to reach you because of it too. That means it's called GPM Global Positioning Magic. You let a familiar hover high in the sky and reflect a specific wavelength of magic power. There's a non-magical version on Earth too, right? GPS. He did that too? I'm astonished. But, high in the sky, that would be in satellite orbit, right? I'm not sure what a familiar is like, but that seems working. So, does this communication crystal also? Yes, you got it right. Well done. The familiars in the sky and the magical reception towers built all over the world. Honestly, just the patents for these have made our family's fortune quite substantial. Wow. Infrastructure is privately owned. I'm beyond impressed. I'm astounded. That's modern cheat for you. Wasn't it over 20 years ago that father transmigrated here? Did the concept of cheat warriors already exist back then? If it didn't, did he do it unconsciously? Did it cause any social chaos? I'm a bit of a worrier, so that's what concerns me. Mother chuckled wryly, probably because that was the first thing that came out of my mouth. A little, yes? But it made everyone's lives easier. Since it only sends short messages, it doesn't eliminate the need for postal services. There probably aren't many people who lost their jobs because of the communication crystal. As for the global positioning magic, it requires so much magical power that it's not something the general populace can use. The world has become somewhat more peaceful. After all, countries that wage war don't get reception towers installed. So, it wasn't just provided to the kingdoms. Yes, any country that wishes. Of course, it hasn't eliminated wars from the world, and there have been disputes caused by this technology. But even so, we never regretted launching familiars into the sky. We still don't regret it now. I see. I felt happy, because I could see pride and conviction on the side of Mother's face as she spoke. Father and Mother tried to make this world a better place. They believed it would improve and bring unknown technologies that changed the world. There must have been those who were perplexed. If there were hardly any who lost their jobs, then there must have been some. And probably, certainly, there were also deaths. But still, Father and Mother did it. As a result, the global positioning magic and the communication crystal must have saved many people. They must have brought joy to many. They must have provided new jobs to many. Introducing GPS and SMS to a world that has not yet experienced an industrial revolution may seem incongruous and chaotic at first glance. However, this world has magic, and civilization is progressing in a form different from Earth's. In other words, if we consider that something akin to GPS and SMS was somehow replicated with magic, then what Father truly brought was not technology, but an idea. It's amazing. Truly amazing. Foo. Thank you. As I murmur with a deep sigh, Mother breaks into a smile. If she feels proud, then I, her son, am happy too. But on the other hand, as the son of two people who accomplished such a feat, I can't help but wonder. Can I, Sui Hatano, become someone significant? Ever since I went to the town of Sidir and met someone who regards my father as a benefactor, and heard his story, this feeling has been smoldering in the depths of my heart. I don't necessarily want to change the world. I don't want to do anything grand. In that sense, I am different from my father and mother. But just a little. If there's something I can do. If there's a reason I've returned to this world, oh, The mere fact that I ponder whether there's a meaning. I do want to do something in this world after all. It doesn't have to be anything significant, but I want to carve out a step that I can be proud of. Section. The lizard carriage continues smoothly on the mountain path. Eventually, this road will disappear. Even if there's no road, the markers prepared by father and mother will ensure I can make it home. But beyond that, where will my own steps lead? The waymarks are not yet in place. Chapter 9.2. Arriving home after half a month. The journey through the forest was enjoyable. The lizard carriage, guided by Pochi, steadily advanced. As expected, the Void Forest, one of the places known as Divine Will's Broth, lived up to its reputation. Beasts occasionally appear, and sometimes we encounter mutated creatures. However, my protective barrier deflected their attacks effortlessly. Mother and Karen disposed of any enemies that dared to assault us without question. Chocola stood by Pochi's side, protecting him. Eventually, Pochi grew confident in his safety and no longer feared the monsters. As for the ordinary beasts, they became part of our daily routine, almost like saying, "Ah, today's meal has arrived." Well, except for those creatures with insect parts in their appearance, they were too unsettling to eat. There was one called the earth spider, and it was downright terrifying. The forest scenery varied significantly. When viewed from G-Liz's back, it appeared uniformly green, but walking through it revealed a different story. Dense areas alternated with sudden clearings resembling grassy meadows. Rivers flowed, and there was even a big lake. Beyond the middle part, we ventured along unmarked paths. Still, the lizard carriage rarely halted thanks to our efforts in clearing the way by felling trees. Perhaps after a few more rounds, a proper road would emerge. As for complaints, the lack of a bath was the main inconvenience. We had to make do with damp towels. However, as Mother predicted, when the exact half-month mark arrived, we returned to our nostalgic home. Section. First, we all paid our respects at Father's grave. Then, we found solace in our familiar home nestled within the forest, seemingly unchanged since our departure. Even from a distance, the protective barrier remained active. Surprisingly, the crops we had planted in the fields were safe and sound. Despite being neglected for over half a month, they all looked healthy and robust. And speaking of surprises, hardly any weeds had sprouted. It's as if. Perhaps it's Suekun's magic. Mother said something like that. I think it is similar to the logic behind the barrier and stock. By repeatedly predicting short-term futures and manipulating causality, you choose better outcomes. Of course, if the soil nutrients were depleted or it didn't rain, we'd be in trouble. But Suekun worked hard to enrich the soil, right? Fortunately, it seems the rain also cooperated. Certainly, when I check the condition of the soil, it's slightly moist. Could Father do the same? I don't think so. Your father wasn't skilled in farming. Besides, Suekun's magical aptitude surpasses your father's. Being praised is a bit embarrassing, but I'm still not entirely sure about my own cheat-like abilities. Well, that doesn't mean I'll slack off in maintaining things from now on. Well, let's consider it a stroke of luck. For now, shall we heat up the bath? As for unloading the lizard carriage, I'll leave that to Mother and Karen for now. Since the items were originally categorized and stacked, it should be easy to unload. However, anything we won't use immediately should be stored inside the wagon. I headed to the back of the house and stoked the firewood in the boiler. Finally, the anticipation of taking a bath makes me fidgety. While traveling through the forest with everyone was fun, inconveniences remained. The biggest issue was definitely the lack of a bath. By the way, the next concern is sleep. Traveling while taking turns sleeping in the lizard carriage was somewhat comfortable thanks to the suspension, but it was still far from restful sleep. I can feel the accumulated fatigue myself. Ideally, I'd love to soak in the bath and then just collapse into bed, but that's not possible, is it? Before I can sleep peacefully, there are plenty of things to take care of. Suekun, we're done unloading the luggage. Got it, I'm coming. I entered the house through the front door. The living room is piled high with provisions. Sorting this out is my task. I sit down in front of the boxes and roll up my sleeves with determination. Karen, Could you please feed Pochi? Chocola, go with her. Understood. Bark. Karen and Chocola nod and head outside. It's just feeding it with the grass that grows outside the house, but beyond the fence lies the forest. They need protection. We'll need to address Pochi's living situation soon. His massive size makes it impossible for him to live indoors. For today, I plan to let him sleep in the yard, but we can't leave him exposed indefinitely. Our ultimate goal is to build a proper stable for him and create a spacious grazing area where he can roam freely. However, achieving that will take time, even with my physical enhancement. Suekuan, Mother will take this chance to clear out a little bit of the forest. Sounds like a plan. Aren't you tired? Ara, don't underestimate me. I've had nothing to do, so I'm quite bored. During our half-month journey, Mother worked harder than anyone else. She created paths twice as long as ours, and she barely slept half as much as Karen and I did. I wanted her to rest, but... Understood. Please go ahead. Take a bath first later. Alright, shall I start with the back of the house? Okay. The dismantling places side would be good too. It might be a comforting thought, but if mutated creatures are drawn by the scent of blood, they'll likely head there. We'll decide how much space to clear tomorrow. Don't overexert yourself. Also, the trees we cut down will be used for firewood and lumber, so avoid burning them. Got it. Mother leaves the living room after throwing me an affectionate kiss. I can't help but feel amused. She's my mother, but she's so adorable. Father must have thought so too. Now, let's focus on our tasks here. I open the wooden boxes and inspect their contents. We've gathered provisions of every imaginable kind. I prioritized items we were lacking during the initial half-month. First, salt and sugar. Although they're part of my stock, there were differences in quality and taste between this world and the other side, so I wanted some just in case. While the locally produced items here might be slightly inferior in quality, the flavor and texture differences are negligible. It seemed practical to use them. Next, spices. Mother had brought a limited type and amount, so having extra is reassuring. Just picking them up already excites me. From items I've seen in Japan to those I've never encountered before, there's a mix of familiar and unfamiliar names. Notably, there's something resembling cumin. Here, they extract essential oils or grind it into a spice, but if I slowly roast it and then grind it into powder, I believe I can recreate that nostalgic flavor. It sparks my imagination. Next, honey, breadcrumbs, wheat flour, and potato starch. These were all items we lacked until now. Whether it was due to my role as the cook or if it was always the case, Father lacked practical life skills. Consequently, among the support supplies he prepared for this house, there was a shortage of these essential food items that enhance culinary variety but might not immediately come to mind unless you make them yourself. But that's just like Father. When I'm exasperated by the absence of wheat flour or potato starch, I feel a warm nostalgia. Yet, when I notice the cooking sake and mirin, I'm impressed. It warms my heart. While his remarkable achievements in this world are commendable, I still feel more connected to Father through these familiar aspects, the side of him that tried his best but sometimes missed the mark during our life in Japan. I hastily wipe my eyes with my hand and reach for the final treasure. It's a large jar, securely sealed, and when lifted up, it makes a bubbling sound. Inside is oil, specifically, vegetable oil refined from rapeseed. Tonight's menu is decided. Creating a spice blend based on cumin will require some trial and error, but this part is straightforward. After all, we have potato starch. I open the kitchen cupboard and start stowing away the acquired supplies. The storage space had plenty of room to spare. About half of the shelves were empty. It seems my father anticipated that I would source local ingredients. Various seasonings, spices, grain flours, and the oil jar all purchased in multiples to manage consumption using stock. All right. I confirmed that all the contents of the wooden boxes stacked in the kitchen were now empty, so I brushed my hands together. The water should be boiling by now. I wonder if Pochi has eaten his fill. If that's the case, it's our turn next. We also have meat. Yesterday, we had extra birds hunted during our journey. Yes, I decided this even before we arrived. Absolutely, I'm cooking it. I haven't eaten it for a whole month. I long for it. I stand in the kitchen, stroke the oil jar, and declare loudly, "Today, it's carage." Chapter 9.3 A Familiar Dining Table. In Earth's history, the origin of fried food traces back to ancient Rome. Even in Japanese cuisine, it is considered one of the fundamental cooking methods known as the 5 techniques: raw, simmering, steaming, grilling, and frying. The invention of immersing ingredients in hot oil was undoubtedly a crucial step in human civilization. Naturally, in this other world, fried dishes exist. At the inn in Sidir, I was served a plate of fried fish. It was delicious. However, there was one notable absence: no carage. At least not the carage I know, the one I fondly associate with home-cooked flavors and cherished memories. For me, the carage of the Hatano family must evoke those moments shared with my father. What I am about to prepare now aims to capture precisely that essence. Despite the slight variations in ingredients, I believe I can achieve it. Section. First, I'll cut the chicken thigh meat into bite-sized pieces. The Jiji birds caught in the otherworldly forest taste remarkably similar to the chickens back home. Their flavor is richer than broilers, and the meat is tender, a perfect fit for carage. I'll leave the skin intact. After meticulously removing any blood clots and excess fat, I'll cut the pieces slightly larger than a single bite. A fork will help create small holes, and a light sprinkling of salt will season the meat. Once I've thoroughly patted it dry with a coarse cloth, the meat will be ready. Next, I'll prepare the marinade. Grated garlic and ginger, combined with soy sauce and sake, form the base. A hint of vinegar adds depth. Fortunately, I found a grater in Sidir's warehouse, a tool we didn't have at home. Father probably never thought of such cooking utensils. After adjusting the flavors through taste testing, I'll marinate the chicken in the prepared sauce. It will rest in the refrigerator for 30 minutes, allowing the flavors to penetrate. Then, I'll coat it with the surprising real potato starch made not from regular potatoes but from the roots of a local plant, likely a different variety from Earth's. Undoubtedly, the reason they don't substitute potatoes for potato starch is likely 2 things: the low demand for potato starch and the limited mass production of potatoes. Interestingly, there are other root crops resembling potatoes. I received some potato seeds, and I plan to plant them in the garden soon. Anyway, be careful not to overcoat the chicken with potato starch. After coating, I'll gently tap off any excess. Put oil in a pan and heat it up. It's slightly different from our usual salad oil, so I'll use chopsticks to monitor the temperature carefully. Once it's ready, I put chicken in the oil 3 pieces at a time. Our family's secret lies in occasionally lifting the frying pieces during the process, allowing them to touch the air. The result: the coating absorbs air, resulting in a delightful texture. The downside is that the oil temperature tends to drop, so I can't fry too many at once. Once they're perfectly golden, I'll place them on a paper towel to drain. Then, I'll move on to the next batch. It's been a while, and there's plenty of meat. I might as well make a mountain of carage. If there are leftovers, I'll happily devour them myself. For garnishing, I've gathered wild herbs, similar to kometsuna, Japanese mustard spinach, during our journey. They're mild and can be eaten raw or in a salad. After washing and chopping them, I'll make a dressing with soy sauce, sugar, and vinegar. Finally, I'll plate the carage alongside the greens, warm up some seitu rice, and serve it in bowls. As I arrange the dishes and rice on the table, I poke my head out to the garden and call out, "The food is ready." Section. I couldn't help but reminisce about the dining table back in Japan, so I've prepared dog food for Chocola. Pochi seems to have had its fill of grass, but I've sprinkled a little salt on the kometsuna-like wild herbs as a dessert. I recall hearing that the armored dragon Tarask benefits from periodic salt licking. After all, it carried our belongings and us for half a month. It must be tired, so I hoped it would help it recover. I open the sweep window, and we will eat together in the living room and courtyard. Ano, what do you think? Everyone remains silent after taking their first bites. Because of that, anxiety creeps in within me. Honestly, even considering that the meat isn't broiler chicken and the oil is different, I believe it closely captures the familiar taste. I'm quite confident in how it turned out. So ideally, I'd love for Mother and the others to enjoy it too. Just then, the two who had finished their first piece of carage simultaneously exclaimed, "Sway! Sway-kun!" They both looked at me, their faces radiant with delight, and shouted, It's amazing. It's delicious, crispy on the outside, juicy inside. I've never had fried chicken this tasty. Despite the strong seasoning, the chicken flavor really shines. It's not oily at all. How is it possible for fried food? As they enthusiastically shared their impressions, their chopsticks reached for the next piece of carage. They opened their mouths and took a big bite. "What do you call this incredible dish?" "It's called carage." "Thank goodness," I answered with relief. Is this a typical dish from the other world?" "That's right. In Japan, it's a common home-cooked meal, and each family has its unique seasoning." "Swallow. So did you eat this carage regularly too?" "Yes. It was a familiar taste. Since coming here and finally having the right ingredients, I managed to recreate it." When I said that with emotion, Mother looked surprised. Then, with eyes that seemed to be looking somewhere far away, she asked, "Hey, Sway-kun, rice and carage, were those your usual meal back there?" I nodded. "We had carage once a week. Father loved it too, so we'd fry a lot and enjoy it together. He always praised how delicious it was. As for Chocola, he loves the dog food he's eating now, so..." I couldn't help but choke up. Even if I was born in this world, those days in Japan were undeniably real, and our everyday life truly existed there. It's not loneliness. Nor do I long to return. It's just laughing with Father over carage, watching Chocola enthusiastically devour his dog food. These simple memories, I don't want to forget them. Mother reaches out to me. Then, she gently patted my head and smiles. "So, from now on, will you keep making this once a week?" "Yeah. Let's all enjoy it together. Chocola can enjoy his dog food too." "Yeah. Bark. Chomp. Pochi is here too." "Pochi, how do you like the salad made by Sway?" "Kyururu. Pochi's enjoying it too. I remember they said to give him a bit of salt once a week." This works out perfectly." "Yeah." I'm relieved. Not only will I remember, but can keep going too. These ordinary memories, these everyday moments, whether in Japan or another world, I can keep experiencing this familiar dining table as long as I make carage. By the way, miso soup would complete this perfectly. But we couldn't find miso. Instead, we got some soybean-like beans. I'm thinking of trying to make something similar. Well, that is something to look forward to. What's miso like? It's a traditional Japanese seasoning. It might taste strange if you're not used to it, but I'll make it well. So, that's fine. Everything you make is incredibly delicious. Yes. Mother will definitely love it. As I take a bite of carage and scoop up rice, I suddenly realize something. The way I hold the bowl, how I pile up the rice. My eating habits are remarkably similar to Father's. Chapter 9.4. Using cheats for land reclamation is fine, right? After having dinner, I rearranged the rooms. Until now, I had been sharing the bedroom with Chocola, while Mother occupied the master bedroom and Karen slept in the guest room. However, it didn't sit well with me that Karen continued to use the guest room indefinitely. So, I decided to give Karen my former bedroom and use Father's study instead. The study was a bit cramped due to bookshelves and other items, but honestly, the previous bedroom was too bare. This room, so crammed with furniture, felt similar to my room back in Japan and even comforting. After rearranging, I created space and brought in an assembler-style bed I purchased in Sidir and laid a futon over. The bed, crafted in this other world, is quite well made and closely resembles the mass-produced aluminum beds from Earth. While the base was wooden, the joints were reinforced with thin iron to enhance durability. Technically, these beds are considered disposable and meant to be replaced every few years. However, I possess dark attribute magic, specifically, the indestructible property. By imbuing it with this trait, I ensured it would never break. So, I boldly brought it back, despite its weight. Funny enough, upon returning, I realized that I unconsciously bestowed the indestructible property on everything in this house: exterior, building materials, furniture, and even appliances. I doubt we'll encounter issues like aging or refrigerator breakdowns here. It's quite absurd, but considering our remote forest location and the challenging environment, I'll allow myself this level of cheat. Now, speaking of cheats, the next day dawned. We were about to embark on a task where our cheats would come in handy. Section. I compiled a to-do list and sorted it by priority. First on the list is creating a comfortable living environment for Pochi. Unlike Chocola, the herbivorous sub-dragon Tarrasque, Pochi cannot enter the house. Moreover, his dietary needs differ significantly from ours. Leaving him to sleep in the open yard without a roof, though Chocola accompanied him last night, feels inadequate. Eventually, continuously foraging for grass in the forest won't suffice. So, we're creating a ranch, right? Echem. Exactly. Bark. Kyuru. At the back of our house. Yesterday, Mother did some initial clearing, and now it's a field full of tree stumps. Our family gathered there. As Mother already cleared quite a bit of space yesterday, our ultimate goal is to secure an area about 10 times larger than what we have now. In terms of scale, think of it as roughly the size of a soccer field. We'll turn that entire area into a pasture, divided into 4 sections. We'll grow grass in each section, staggered by seasons. This way, we can continuously provide food for Pochi. Sounds good. Bark. Kururu. We brought back a mountain of grass seeds from Sidir. They can grow year-round and won't wither even in winter. However, if we clear-cut everything at once, we'll end up with a massive pile of wood. So, we'll do it in stages. I'll cut down the trees and cut the roots, while Mother can dig up the ground and level it. Understood. I'll do my best. Mother raised her arm, encasing it in massive ice claws. Apparently, that's her version of a hoe or shovel. The shape resembles a backhoe. Chocola, your job is to cut the branches from the trees I cut. Just chomp down and slice through. Bark. Chocola barked energetically. Since he's done this task before, I entrusted it to him. But remember, don't put any strange bugs in your mouth from those branches. Karen, I'll need you to handle wood drying. For the part we'll use in Pochi's house, please make it as perfect as possible. The rest doesn't need to be too thorough since we won't use it immediately. Understood. As Karen nodded, a gentle breeze rustled around her. Her eyes, the same color as my name emerald green, seemed to sparkle. Pochi, how about you help transport the fallen trees and the wood scraps Chocola cuts? Kurururan. Pochi, wearing a harness attached to the cart, growls happily. His barks are adorable. Maybe if he ever gets angry, his voice will be a bit deeper, but there's nothing to provoke him here. Alright, let's begin the work. I clapped my hands in front of my chest, psyching myself up. In Japan, this would be a challenging task with heavy machinery, but in this world, we have magic. We're blessed with abundant magical power and powerful spells. Since it's all for the sake of a more convenient life, let's make full use of it. Section. Aurea. With a swing of my magic sword, Riddle, tree trunks split like tofu. While being careful about the direction of the tree's fall, I stab the stump in the same way and cut the roots. Keep it up, keep it up. Mother deftly maneuvers her ice shovel, digging up the stumps. When we created the dismantling area in front of the gate, we had to fill the root holes. But this time, we're stirring and leveling the ground along with the holes. We want the entire planned area to have soft soil suitable for growing grass. We also sort out any large rocks that surface along the way and load them onto the cart. These might come in handy later, so we stack them in a corner of the yard. Bark. With each movement of Chocola's head, branches from the fallen trees drop to the ground. I've recently noticed a faint glow around his mouth. It's the magic blade. I suspect it's thanks to the necklace Father gave me acting as a catalyst. The blade seems sharper and more powerful than before. Hey, don't put bugs in your mouth. Wait, is it tasty? Bark. It looks like some kind of caterpillar. Well, if it's not poisonous, I guess it's fine. I'll take care of this. Go on, Pochi, Kururu. Karen gathers wood and branches, lifting them effortlessly into the cart. She pats Pochi's shoulder, and they head toward the yard together. From an outsider's perspective, it must be an utterly bizarre scene. I swiftly cut trees, Mother digs up the ground, Chocola chomps through branches, Karen tosses logs taller than herself into the cart, and Pochi transports everything. The Hatano family works tirelessly, utilizing full body enhancements for speed and strength, without feeling any strain. And thus, the void forest is being carved out by this group. Since our bodies don't tire or bear any burden, I contemplate the future while continuing the work. Once we've leveled about a quarter of the area, we'll turn it into a material storage space. Then, we'll sow grass seeds in the next quarter. If all goes well, it should grow lush in about 2 months. We'll stagger the planting times and even make surplus hay for Pochi to enjoy. Using the felled trees, we'll need to build a stable. The books Father prepared in the study seem incredibly useful. I skimmed through them last night, and the introductory architecture book had details about simple cabin structures and how to process different parts of wood into specific lumber. Thank you, Father. Your thoughtfulness truly befits someone with experience in otherworldly transmigration. Shall we turn a blind eye to the cooking utensils then? Now, what kind of stable should we create? Although I have a vague image, we really should draw up proper blueprints. Of course, we won't be constructing anything elaborate, more like a log cabin with an enlarged entrance. Hey, Suekuen. As I contemplate while breaking up roots, Mother approaches from behind. What is it? Remember, back when this house was in Nurtep? Do you recall anything about the surroundings? Vaguely. It was basically an empty field, right? Exactly. At that time, the proximity to the town made it convenient, and of course, we enjoyed our time there. But you know, even now, I find this life enjoyable. The cold air around Mother feels pleasant to my body temperature, which has risen slightly through physical activity. I respond to Mother. Originally, this house was in the mountains of Japan. That barren countryside was probably where Father grew up. So, maybe, even before he met you, Mother, Father was cutting wood in the mountains, just like this. Of course, the scale is vastly different without any cheats. But my words made Mother smile with delight. I see. Well then, it's only natural that it's enjoyable. Yeah. Chapter 9.5. Unexpected things happen out of the blue. The land reclamation work was completed at an astonishing speed of 5 days. Now, behind our house, there is an open space as vast as a soccer field, and the sight is truly impressive. From a Japanese perspective, there's a slight sense of guilt for having cleared a pristine forest, but perhaps that's just human arrogance when dealing with nature. After all, we coexist with nature to survive, not solely to protect it. It's also a positive change that the water source is now relatively closer. The river, which is about a 5-minute walk from our home, is on the backside of our house in terms of direction. It's the same river where we often go fishing. Creating the planned pasture has transformed the river from being a 5-minute walk away to right next to the pasture. Of course, we have running water from the tap in the house, and there's a well in the garden as well. But having an easily accessible water source nearby significantly improves convenience. By the way, I've occasionally caught fish, but I haven't had a proper catch yet. Despite getting a decent fishing rod and hooks from town, my fishing line remains stubbornly unresponsive. Instead, I rely entirely on Chocola, who enthusiastically dives in and tosses fish onto the bank. Damn it. The stable, where Pochi sleeps, is also finally complete. It's basically a log cabin with a large entrance. It provides ample space for Pochi's massive body, including a designated sleeping area and room to store hay. There are no leaks, and the ventilation is excellent. We've added shutters to the entrance, a primitive setup using long boards connected like lattice and secured with ropes. We've incorporated a store-bought crank to allow for easy raising and lowering. Currently, it's left open, but on chilly days, it should help block the wind. Overall, it was quite a challenge, but with guidance from the DIY beginner's book my father had prepared in his study, combined with a touch of my magical reinforcement, we ended up with a peculiar result, an amateur building that won't budge even a little. But since Pochi seems to like it, we are satisfied as well. Next, I'd like to lay down hay to create a comfortable bed for Pochi before winter arrives. However, since it's currently spring and the pasture grass is growing well, there's no need to worry. On another note, Chocola has started sleeping alongside Pochi. It appears that Pochi requires more attention than I do. While it's a bit lonely, I'm glad that he thinks Sway is doing fine now. However, sleeping outdoors means getting dirty faster. I'll need to increase the frequency of baths. Bark. By the way, not only the back area but also the dismantling site near the main gate has improved significantly. Thanks to carpentry tools, we now have a sturdy dismantling table, and we even acquired a hook for hanging meat. At least now we won't have to improvise storage and positioning while processing prey. If I were to express a desire, it would be for a well. Additionally, I'd like to improve the water facilities. Mother and Karen can use water magic to wash away the blood from the prey, which currently suffices. However, when I'm alone, I have to trek to the well located next to the field to fetch water. And then there's the matter of disposing of the washed blood. Currently, we've created a trench that leads to the makeshift garbage disposal pit. But I suspect that both environmentally and magically, this isn't ideal. Remember when G-Liz said something about purification and poured his own blood? Perhaps that was a crucial moment. Should I dig a well, create a wooden waterway, and draw the water down to the river? But wouldn't that potentially pollute the river? Besides, the river is on the opposite side and quite far. I muttered to myself, contemplating the current issue. Sitting in the garden, I stretch my legs and absent-mindedly stroke Chocola while gazing up at the sky. Living in the forest, there are some inconveniences in the smaller details, as expected. Bark. Mom and Karen are out hunting. Pochi is napping in a corner of the garden. I've finished my work in the field and am lost in thought. It's a clear day, and the temperature is comfortable. I wonder how things will change with the seasons. Kuwan. Ku. Chocola, my faithful companion, keeps me company. I absent-mindedly enjoy his fluffy fur, scratching his neck, cheeks, head, and back. Then I flip him over and give him belly rubs. Ha ha ha. Chocola sticks out his tongue, relaxing in bliss. We lie down together, and I continue my pampering. Karen is skilled at spoiling Chocola too, but I have my own special touch. Chocola stretches out his limbs, squints his eyes, and melts into a blissful expression. Coo coo coo. You won't escape me. Good 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 good. Kuwan. Kiyu. When I was about to reduce Chocola to a dead frog, I felt a vibration in my pocket. Chenen. It's similar to how a smartphone vibrates but feels a little inconsistent and primitive. But this is a communication crystal, a far cry from modern technology. I pause Chocola's indulgence and retrieve the crystal. It is called crystal, but it's actually a translucent square plate, resembling a smartphone in outline. However, it's see-through all the way to the back, lacks long text messaging capabilities, and can only store 3 addresses. Plus, there's a noticeable time lag for sending and receiving messages. Despite the inconvenience of having only 3 address slots, compared to Earth standards, I manage with 2, one for family and the other for friends and acquaintances. The current vibration is from my friend and acquaintance address sent by Novium-san. Perhaps it's news about the successful iron procurement. Filled with anticipation, I pour magic power to display the message. And what I read leaves me wide-eyed. Bird party, mid-part, communication lost, safety unknown. I jolted awake. What's going on? I double-check the message repeatedly. While there might be room for speculation, there's no mistaking the content. Bird-san. Did his party venture into the forest? Perhaps Schnee-san is with them. Communication has been lost in the mid-part. In other words, something has happened to them. I use the communication crystal to ask back to Novium-san. Date, number of people. I waited for a few minutes. In the meantime, I used the family address to send a message to Mother and Karen, telling them hurry back. The communication crystal vibrates again and Novium-san's response arrives first. Depart 3 days, people 16 last night missing. They left 3 days ago with a group of 16. Communication ceased last night. My back breaks into a cold sweat. Calm down. Let's organize the information. First, Bird-san leading a squad into the forest is part of his job, nothing unusual. He's proud of never losing a team member during explorations, especially when leading larger squads that yield significant resources. However, they've temporarily suspended forest exploration during our return journey due to the noisy lizard carriage. Mother prohibited them from entering the forest for at least a month, considering the impact and risks. We departed from Sidir 21 or 22 days ago, barely within the 1-month mark. Bird-san wouldn't break a promise. So there must be an unavoidable reason for entering the forest. I send another query to Novium-san. Reason enter forest. The reply comes. Adventurer Rookie violated regulations search. I involuntarily gasp. Surely, Bird-san must have agonized until the very end. Should he go to the aid of the rookie who violated regulations, or should he abandon them? Should he uphold Mother's instructions or break them? If he chooses to assist, he can't go alone, he'll need to form a party. But large-scale rescue operations come with the risk of one rescuer endangering others. Would it be better to leave them saying it's the consequence of their own actions? Logically, that might be the optimal solution. After all, adventurers bear personal responsibility, and risking many lives to save selfish rule-breakers seems unnecessary. But, is he that kind of person? Bird-san must have struggled. He must have weighed his options. But that man, Bird-san, was saved by Father when he acted selfishly even though he's targeting Father himself. What's wrong, Suekuen? Did something happen? Mother's anxious voice reaches me as I clench my fist. 2 sets of footsteps. Karen has returned home as well. So, I take a deep breath, calm myself, and turn to address them both. I want to go help Bird-san. Please call G. Liz. Chapter 9, Interlude, Divine Will's Broth, middle part of the Void Forest. Everything was wrong. The choices, the actions, and even luck itself. Yet, despite it all, I cannot blame anyone else. It was my choice to embark on the rescue mission. I determined our course. And now, as we stand surrounded by these creatures, perhaps this is my fate after all. Void Forest middle part. Adventurers huddled in formation amidst the dense, dimly lit trees, encircled by an eerie presence. At the heart of it all stood Bird Jungler, outwardly composed but inwardly seething. I apologize, Captain. One of the rescued team members, a young adventurer, spoke through clenched teeth. It's all because of my selfishness. I'm not saying it's your fault. Ultimately, the decision was mine. This adventurer cradled a girl in their arms. She lay limp, eyes closed, breathing faintly but not yet gone. Her consciousness muddled by extreme exhaustion. Besides, there's some good news. Your sister survived. And the other idiots, too, for now. All that's left is for us to make it out together. Of course, it's a desperate measure. If things don't proceed as expected, the exact opposite awaits us, total annihilation. But if I break, that outcome will only hasten. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. A young boy crouched diagonally in front of Bird, muttering as he clutched his head. Because of me. It's all over. It's not over. Bird firmly pressed down on the boy's head. He was the one who triggered this turmoil, the leader of the group that violated the Adventurer Guild's prohibition and ventured into the forest. Though he might deserve to be cast aside as a scapegoat, Bird couldn't see him as a stranger. Memories of his own past overlapped too strongly. Certainly, returning to Sidir would bring severe punishment. But ensuring that punishment is meted out is Bird's duty. Being devoured by forest monsters is not the guild's desired punishment. The root cause traces back 5 days. Section. A party of 4 adventurers defied the guild's prohibition and ventured into the forest. The prohibition was a direct request from the heavenly bell witch Viol herself. Upon returning to the family's dwelling deep within the heart of the forest, there was a risk of disturbing the forest. The monsters near the outskirts of the deep forest might be driven out and encroach upon the middle part. Therefore, it was deemed prudent to restrict adventurer access until the forest settled. Following discussions with Branch Guild Master Cliché, a 1-month duration was set. During this time, adventurers would receive compensation, which no one opposed. In fact, the entire town reveled in the unexpected special holiday. Perhaps that was a mistake. The aforementioned group of adventurers grew overconfident. They underestimated the forest. "Now's our chance to gather materials freely," the party leader declared. They believed it was an opportune moment to collect herbs and perhaps even hunt wild boars. Of course, there were those who disagreed. Among them was a girl still in her early teens, the youngest in the party. Her older brother, a second-class adventurer, had warned her about the forest's dangers, and she naturally possessed a cautious disposition. However, beneath that caution lay vulnerability, and ultimately, the pressure of camaraderie swayed her. As a result, they collectively broke the prohibition. And retribution came as expected. They got carried away, pushing deeper into the forest. Their initial target was the outskirts, but they ventured even farther. Subjugation Grade 3. 4 fourth-class adventurers like them, facing something like a creature graded as such as something they can face if they band together as a party. And as fourth-class adventurers, the creature's materials promised substantial earnings. So they pressed on, deeper into the forest. But it wasn't just one creature, it was a herd. As they ventured further, they suddenly found themselves surrounded. In the case of a herd, the threat level increased by 2 or 3 levels. Subjugation grade increases by 2 for a herd and for monsters, 3. In other words, at this point, it became a situation where first-class adventurers needed to handle it together. The fourth-class adventurer party isn't something that can face such opponents. Panic set in. They fled blindly, only to realize they were being driven further. They lost their bearings, thinking they were retreating when they were actually advancing. By the time they noticed they had crossed from the outskirts into the middle part, 2 days had already passed since they entered the forest. Surrounding them were horse monsters. With bluish-purple skin, robust and sinewy bodies, muddy-colored manes, and 2 horns sprouting from their heads. They were known as the bicorn, the 2-horned beasts. Section. Of all creatures, it had to be the bicorns, Captain. Luck isn't on our side. Schnee, who was standing beside Bird, made a joke. Schnee was both a drinking companion and an excellent scout. His unwavering presence during forest explorations made him a reliable partner. Though Schnee's words were light-hearted, they held truth. Because on that fateful day when a younger Bird, fueled by resentment toward Kazutaru, had decided to deal with him, it was the bicorn herd they stumbled upon. Indeed. It seems I have an uncanny affinity with these creatures. If fate had its way, perhaps a friendly girl would have been a better connection than these creatures. As Schnee said, bicorns are extremely vicious. In stark contrast to the pure-hearted unicorns that cherished purity, bicorns were labeled as devotees of obscenity. Their true nature was that of relentless scavengers with a taste for carrion. They had no interest in living flesh, only corpses intrigued them. While they might scavenge meat left behind by other creatures individually, problems arose when they were in a herd. Being in a herd means they are hunting even though they are corpse eaters. Their method was precisely what Bird and the rescue team are facing now. They encircled their prey, ensuring escape was impossible, and methodically tormented them until death. Their cruelty was insidious, their patience infuriating, and their methods abhorrent. If anyone attempted to break the siege, the bicorns would use their 2 horns to hook and toss them back into the encirclement. They would inflict wounds enough for anyone to suffer but not enough to cause them to die. With water affinity magic and remarkable endurance, they remained unyielding even if their companions fell. Furthermore, their night vision allowed them to monitor prey relentlessly, regardless of day or night. Undoubtedly, the rescue team's arrival was part of the bicorn's scheme. Having surrounded a group of 4, they eagerly lured in 16 fresh targets, adding to their feast. Fortunately, no fatalities had occurred yet, ironically due to the bicorn's peculiar behavior. They never killed their prey directly. Despite numerous attempts by Bird's team to break free, they remained trapped in this dire situation. If they weren't at the Void Forest, perhaps they could have managed somehow. Among them are 3 first-class adventurers, including Bird. Under normal circumstances, they might have had a chance against regular bicorns. But this is a divine will's broth. The creatures inhabiting this place possess stronger magic power than elsewhere. Even creatures of the same species excel in size and strength, making them uniformly formidable. And to make matters worse, this particular herd. Damn it. Not them. Deep within the foliage, a section of the encircling herd. A bluish-purple, luminescent jewel horns crackled with lightning, illuminating the dimness. Sinister crimson eyes glowed faintly, and instead of a manet, fine needle-like crystals sprouted from their heads. A bicorn had undergone a mutation, gaining control over lightning through their water affinity magic. As the herd's leader, it skillfully manipulated the other bicorns, driving Bird's team into a corner. Of all things, it's led by a mutated one. Typically, even creatures forming a herd would become solitary and establish their base near the magic crucible when they mutated. But not this one. It left the magic crucible, perhaps even welcomed back by its herd, and continued its usual hunting behavior. With the leader being a mutated creature, survival for Bird's team seemed bleak. In the first place, mutated creatures were not meant to be defeated. They were to be avoided at all costs, and if encountered, one should abandon everything and flee, designating that area as forbidden territory for a while. That was the guild's prescribed approach to dealing with mutated beings. Since taking root in Sidir, Bird had encountered mutated creatures twice. Both times from a distance, but upon spotting the crystal protrusions, they had fled without hesitation. And now, for the third time, escape seemed impossible. How about the communication crystal? It's no good. There's no response. The mutated creature's magic is likely disrupting the wavelengths. The guild should be aware that communication has been cut off. Will rescue arrive in time? Is there anyone stronger than us in Sidir? No, there isn't. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Change of point of view. Shore and I huddle together, whispering. We keep our voices low to maintain morale, but also to conserve energy. If necessary, I've resolved to create an opening by any means, even if it costs me my life. But only if I can kill one of them alone, but there's no way I can. As I contemplate sacrificing myself, I think of my benefactor and his son. In the end, I could never become like him. When we meet again in the afterlife, would I be able to hold my head high? If I reported that his son had grown into an admirable young man, would he be pleased? Hey. Suddenly, Schnee tugs at my sleeve while I was thinking about something important. What's wrong? Look up. Schnee's gaze isn't directed toward the forest but upward. Everyone's mouth hangs open, fixated on the blue sky peeking through gaps in the foliage. I follow their gaze. Sunlight is blocked by the silhouette of a dragon. Chapter 10. An enchanting and lovely night that will never dawn. Chapter 10.1. No need for a parachute. I recounted the sequence of events to Mother. The communication crystal had received a message from Novium-san. Bird-san was in the forest, out of reach. If he was in danger, I wanted to go and help him. Mother listened silently to my words. When she finished listening, she looked at me directly with a sincere expression and said, "Are you prepared?" I held my breath for a moment. Her expression was different from usual. It wasn't the face of a mother she usually shows us. Nor was it the face of a wife talking about my father. She was cold, piercing, as if seeing through everything, devoid of compassion or kindness, focused solely on the stark reality before her. Perhaps this was the face of the heavenly bell witch. "Mother, no." Vile Muker Hatano inquired. The interruption in communication implies just that. There's a real possibility of total annihilation. Even if there are survivors, they might be very few. Your friends Bird and Schnee, with whom you've grown close, may no longer be in this world, and only the fools who broke the taboo and ventured into the forest might still be alive. Such situations do occur. Yeah. You might face a mountain of corpses. Have you ever seen a human corpse? One that's been devoured by beasts, reduced to a gruesome mess. Imagine damaged flesh with the face of someone you know stuck to it. Can you picture such a scene? I've never actually seen one, and I can't imagine it well. Honestly speaking, I don't think I'm prepared to see that. The heavenly bell which returned to Mother's face upon hearing this. Listen, Suekuen. This situation, how about leaving it to Mother? She walks towards me, reaches me out her hand, and puts it on my cheek while smiling. Mother can handle this alone. I'll help as many people as I can and send them to Sidir. Then I'll tell you only the results. Suekuen only needs to stay here and wait. How does that sound? The path that was infinitely gentle, the easiest for me, considering my heart and feelings. However, those violet-colored eyes were waiting for my response. Thank you, Mother. But... And so, I placed my palm on the hand that's gently stroking my cheek. I believe this is something I must do. I need to see with my own eyes, reach out with my own hands, and give it my all. Understood. Mother embraced me, as if she had known my answer from the beginning. Go. I'll stay here as the point of contact. Karen, can you call G-Liz? Already done. Karen raised the communication crystal in her hand and smiled. You'll be fine. Sway can do it. Take care. Thank you, both. Chocola, bark. Chocola was already alert, barking softly at my feet. I patted the hilt of the sword hanging at my waist and clenched my fist. Despite what Mother said, I believe it. I believe that Bird-san isn't the kind of person who dies easily. Section. And then, about 2 hours later, Chocola and I were on the back of a flying dragon, looking down at the green-drenched land. G-Liz, a little further south. Around the midpoint between that small lake and the grassy plain. I concentrated my senses, as if pulling an invisible thread, and issued instructions from atop the dragon's back. My mind was sharper than ever. The torrent of magic power within me until now, I had only grasped its vague contours, was now clear down to the minutest details. How it moved, how it circulated, and how I could control it to achieve specific outcomes, I don't know. This was causal investigation through dark attribute magic, which is space-time magic. I recalled Bird-san's magic power wavelength. Where we met, where we parted, and where we would meet next. From countless divergent futures, I seized the result I found Bird-san and traced the causality back to assign its position. If Bird-san was already dead, this magic wouldn't work. So, there is hope. He is, at the very least, alive. Are you sure, Sway? G-Liz asked me, almost shouting. Yeah. When we're directly over the designated point, release the protective magic. Once we jump, G-Liz, as you mentioned earlier, please return home once more. Karen has prepared emergency supplies at home, bandages, medicine, and food, anything we might need for now. I apologize to G-Liz, but the plan is for him to make a round trip and carry Karen with the supplies. Ha ha ha. Quite impressive. Even dragons like us can be probed with powerful magic akin to that of the Heavenly Bell Witch. Honestly, even from up here, I can't distinguish between humans and beasts. To manipulate such delicate magic from a distant location. Even Kazutaru Dono couldn't perform such a feat. G-Liz laughed merrily. Honestly, I still don't fully understand the extent of the magic I was born with. Everyone says it's amazing, but growing up in Japan, I lack the measuring stick of this otherworldly realm. However, there's one thing I'm certain of. G-Liz. I don't want to do what my father couldn't. It's not about becoming capable of what he did. As I stood up, I ruffled Chocola's back and gazed at the forest. I want to do what I can do as Sway Hatano, I declared. After a moment, G-Liz spoke in a quiet voice. My apologies for my rudeness, my friend. Go with peace of mind. I'll bring Karen back soon. I'll also do what I can for my friend. Thank you. G-Liz's magic power flickered, and the wind barrier dissipated. Although our speed and altitude were lower than when we flew to Sidir, the fierce wind still buffeted us. Here I go. Bark. We pinpointed the descent point, strengthened our bodies to the maximum, and jumped off from the dragon's back. Chapter 10.2. Don't have to be strong, however. The dragon, with Sway and Chocola riding its back, took flight from the garden. After it disappeared, concealed by the foliage, Karen inquired of her adoptive mother, Viol. Is that all right? For Karen, it was unexpected that the mother, Viol, had allowed her son, Sway, to venture forth alone. Of course, Chocola accompanied him. However, as Chocola was still a dog, he could not shield Sway from the potentially cruel scene that awaited him. And Karen believed that the possibility of such a cruel scene was by no means low. Communication had ceased last night. The communication crystal might have broken due to an accident, or perhaps they had encountered a mutant creature. If the former were true, it would be acceptable. But if it were the latter, Sway had only just returned, and there was no need to deliberately expose him to tragedy. The land where Sway had lived, Japan, was a peaceful country with little conflict. He was likely unaccustomed to such matters. Therefore, it might be permissible to gently shield him from the commonplace elements that pervaded this world, unjust deaths and partings. Especially since he had just recently lost his father. In response to Karen's query, Viol smiled with a sigh. Long ago, when you two were still little, I was told something by that person. By Uncle. Back then, I was desperately trying to raise you both with care. I felt strongly that I have to cherish you, to protect you. But then, he scolded me. Caring for someone and spoiling them are two different things, he said. To care for someone, and to spoil them. Yes, I remembered that. As Viol's gaze followed the flying G-Liz, she continued. Although it's unbearable to think that he might suffer, Suekuin is no longer the little child in my memories. He's become a fine adult. So, a mother's duty is not to coddle and protect, but to bid farewell and send him off. To cherish his feelings and choices. Understood. Then I'll prepare as well. Yes. You too, Karen. As a fine adult, do what needs to be done. Mother will be waiting at home. Viol gently stroked Karen's head, pressing her lips to the girl's hair. After Karen closed her eyes and accepted that affection, she hurried inside the house to prepare the supplies. Section. I jumped off from a height of about 20 meters, yet it didn't particularly frighten me. Perhaps I had grown accustomed to body strengthening, as I sensed that I could handle it quite normally. Even upon landing, there was little noise. It felt like a smooth descent. Bird-san. And Schnee-san. Are you both unharmed? Surveying my surroundings promptly, I met the astonished gazes of familiar faces. Good. Neither of them bore any significant injuries, although they were somewhat disheveled. Other adventurers had formed a circle, or rather, a square, about 20 of them. Some appeared unconscious, while others were smeared with blood on their limbs. Taking a deep breath and steadying myself, I inquired, how are the injured? And, have there been any casualties? No, we're fine. The response came from Schnee-san. Bird-san seemed somewhat dazed, bewildered, perhaps. No one has sustained life-threatening injuries. No fatalities either. Thank goodness. I exhaled deeply. The heavy weight that had settled in my heart dissipated all at once. If we manage this situation somehow, everyone can return unharmed. Is what I think correct? Well, it's accurate, but... Schnee-san maintained a bitter expression. Observing the other adventurers, I noticed that they all wore similarly somber faces. What's with this atmosphere? No one has died, right? Or did I inadvertently say something tone-deaf? Sway, I'm glad you came. We appreciate it. But, are you alone? No, Chocola is here too. Bark. Chocola, who had executed a graceful landing alongside me, barked energetically when his name was called. However, even Chocola's cuteness failed to lighten the mood. I overheard snippets of conversation among the adventurers, their voices barely audible due to my heightened senses. We thought the dragonkin dragon would help. Or it flew off somewhere. Or that kid doesn't grasp the situation. Or someone needs to explain. Wait, could this be? Listen up, all of you. Just shut up. Bird-san, who had been staring blankly, finally regained her composure and sternly addressed everyone. She then turned to me, locking eyes, and spoke. It's a herd of bicorn. We're surrounded. Do you know their temperament? I only heard briefly at the cafe the other day. Is it about them being persistent? As you can see, they're being led by a mutant. Seems that way. That noisy one over there, right? Sway. Can you handle this? Instead of answering, I issued a command to my faithful companion at my feet. Chocola. Bark. In the dim forest, Chocola crouched low, kicked the ground, and dashed forward. His fangs glowed with magic power, leaving a luminous trail as he charged toward one of the creatures in the herd. A dull yet sharp sound resounded. He halted her momentum by kicking off a tree, then returned to my side. And then, beyond the darkness, the horse with horns collapsed, its head spinning through the air. The decapitated head landed on the ground, rotating grotesquely. The two horns stuck into the earth, creating a macabre sculpture. Chocola looked up at me, his tongue sticking out. Of course, he wasn't tired. This was his way of demanding praise, a triumphant expression. Good boy, cool one. I patted his head vigorously, and his tail wagged vigorously. Remarkably, not a drop of blood stained him. I stood up, turned back to Birdsan, and smiled. Then, our Chocola is as you can see. Honestly, I don't think I'm that strong, and perhaps I don't need to be. However, Birdsan and the other adventurers continued to stare blankly. I looked at each of their faces in turn. I drew my sword. Ridil, the magic sword. An heirloom from my father, a testament to his bond with Novium-san's master. Within its blade resided both of their feelings. I pointed it at the mutant and declared, Birdsan and the others will not suffer any further harm. Section. As the immense magical power surged from behind, G-Liz let out a sigh through the gaps in his fangs. Ha! You're quite enthusiastic. At the location where Sway and Chocola leaped, there was a mutant. When he sensed its unique, chaotic magical wavelengths, his horns ached. Their chaotic and scattered magical energy is one of the reasons why mutants are so formidable. It interferes with others' magic power, disrupting spellcasting. Even communication crystals become useless, and as a dragon himself, he doubts if he can fully unleash his power. But how about this? Sway's magic remains untainted, flawlessly deflecting interference. Moreover, it continues to accelerate, intensifying while maintaining stability. In earnest, it's an awakening. Sway, or rather, that entire family, is peculiar. He received a message, flew over, and learned the situation. They said Sway and Chocola would go alone, and he was asked to provide transportation. He couldn't comprehend what on earth were they thinking. He can't even bring himself to chide them anymore. The mother Viol was worried that her son might witness a cruel scene. The adopted daughter Karen pondered what to do with the relief supplies. And Sway was concerned about his friend's safety. Section. But not a single person is worried about Sway's safety. Why? Because there's no way he could get hurt. In the midst of the intense magic power, amidst creatures more powerful than those in the outside world, the divine will's broth, they fear neither monsters nor mutants. They believe he can win, that he wouldn't even be injured. Their abnormality, their anomaly, their strangeness. Understanding the presence of a mutant, he did not hesitate, and together with just the beloved dog, he leaped down. He recalls Sway's back, those black eyes darker than the night yet gentler than the sunlight. He has lived a long time, and he will continue to live for much longer. But someone with such deep dark magic as his is unlikely to ever appear again, be it now or in the future. Sighing, he flew toward the Hatano residence. More frightening than Kazutoru Dono and Heavenly Beldono combined. I definitely won't go against him. Muttering those words, he melted into the sky. Chapter 10.3. As long as my eyes are black. My mind becomes sharper. My heart is clear, and my body's full of power, making me feel capable of anything. Perhaps it's the relief from knowing that Birdsan and the others are still alive. Yearning for a place to rest, crying out for solace. As I raised my sword, I said those words. The words themselves hold no meaning. They serve to loop the magic power within me in a specific pattern, essentially circuitry. The incantations spoken are akin to the code in an electrical circuit. They guide and channel magic, breaking the fragile bonds, piercing the essence. There are two types of magic. Passive, done unconsciously, or active, done intentionally. I've always used the former, passive magic. It circuitizes desires and wishes subconsciously, providing a broad but constantly active effect. However, it's vague and less flexible. In contrast, the latter, active magic, circuitizes tangible things like spoken words, gestures, and rituals. While it requires assembling on the spot, it allows for more powerful and versatile effects. HYYYY. The mutated leader of the bicorn herd let out a loud screech. It seems to have sensed my refined magical power and feels threatened. Electricity crackles through its maner and twin horns, surging into the atmosphere, aiming for us. Watch out. Everyone. Protect. The shout comes instinctively from Schnee-san. But the mutant's lightning is faster. What? But it's nothing to my barrier. The lightning disperses like an invisible dome, just as it did with Shockbear-san. Honestly, even though it's the same lightning, Shockbear-san's was far more terrifying. 5 degrees, 7 degrees, 5 degrees. Bend and return, crushed and soaked. Even through the subconscious passive barrier, the incantation continues. This incantation, in this case, words and phrases, it's not a standardized spell template passed down by predecessors. No one's teaching anyone anything. I weave magic myself, it springs forth from the depths of my soul, spontaneously forming on my tongue and lips. Therefore, even with minimal formal magical education, I can still activate it. If you sing, the moon fades away, and stagnation settles both here and there, withers. I still can't compress pronunciation to speed up casting like Mother or Karen. My definitions are somewhat clumsy, so I rely on unconscious passive magic to compensate. But even if my incantations are slow and my weaving is sloppy, there's no need to rush. My impenetrable barrier blocks everything. By the way, Bird-san, may I ask something? Now that the incantation is complete and I'm prepared, I inquire behind me. Is the material from this creature valuable? Yeah. The meat isn't edible, but the maner is excellent for brushes, and the horns have various uses. For this number, it's quite something, right? Will the deficit from this rescue operation be compensated? Perhaps it would. But it's an unwritten rule among adventurers that what you kill is yours. Since you're taking care of all these creatures, we won't accept charity. What are you saying, Captain? Leaving this child, who can't even hold a proper sword stance? Exactly. We need to hold our ground. True, the familiar you brought is strong, and your defensive magic was impressive. But still, relying solely on this child would be embarrassing. The unfamiliar adventurer's words carry more concern than disrespect, and I'm glad that Bird-san attracts good people. But that doggo over there, Chocola, isn't a familiar, his family. I know. Pa. I glanced down at Chocola by my feet. Once again, the mutated creature screeched no, this time it's a roar. The lightning is twice as powerful as before, and the surrounding bicorns charge at us simultaneously. Finally, they recognize us as a threat, not just prey. Better late than never. Deep into the night, I wish to retreat. Cast. From the blade of the magic sword, Radil, that I held, black chains were unleashed in all directions. These were the same black tendrils I had previously sent toward Shockbear, but now they were refined and woven into proper magic. The chains wrapped around the bicorn like spider silk, entangling and restraining them. This was the result of time-space magic, a causality delay using dark attributes. It didn't physically bind them. Rather, it delayed the outcome of their actions or existence, more precisely, their future. The very act of attacking us was stretched infinitely, creating a pseudo-time-stop effect. As a result, their movement stalled. Whether they raised their forelegs, crouched, or leaped, they remained suspended mid-action. Bird-san, and all you adventurers. I turned to face them, their dumbfounded expressions, and spoke. What you kill is yours. Isn't that the adventurer's code of conduct? So go ahead. My magic is merely a debuff. I can't defeat these creatures. I need your help. The resolution lies in your hands, the ones who've been chased and surrounded. What the hell are you idiots gaping at? Bird-san, who quickly grasped the situation, shouted with a triumphant smile. This is the chance we've been waiting for. We can't let the opportunity given by the great sorcerer Dono slip away. We need to go all out here, otherwise, we'll be banging our heads against the abacus when we return. Why yeah. The adventurers raised a battle cry. Except for the few who were likely unconscious, everyone stood up, brandishing swords, spears, daggers, and bows, charging at the immobilized bicorn herd. The tide had turned, and now the bicorn were the hunted, not the hunters. As I glanced sideways at the scene, Chocola and I turned our attention to the herd's leader, the mutated creature. We're the ones who need to take care of it, right? The mutated creature was also bound by my chains. Its eerie, glowing eyes, its muscular body, and the tightly packed crystal shards that replaced its mana, all of it was frozen, slowed down to a cinematic pace. Shock Bear-san seemed a bit more agile, though. As a mutated creature, this one seems inferior to the previous one. Compared to this bicorn, Shock Bear-san's appearance was much more formidable. Besides, that one lived not in the shallow forest but in the deepest part, near my home. Perhaps Shock Bear-san was my true rival all along. Chocola, go for it. Bark. Just like before, Chocola crouched and leaped. Kicking off a tree, he soared into the sky, then curled his back. As he spun, the light attribute magic enveloping him glowed, condensing into a pure destructive force, an energy bullet capable of piercing anything. Attack. With a resounding clang, the beam of light pierced through the mutated creature's torso. It was thinner compared to when he attacked Shock Bear-san's attack, but sharper and faster. Perhaps Chocola's control over his power had improved. Unlike last time, where the torso split in two, this time the gaping hole looked like it had been drilled by a precision machine. To an observer, it might seem anticlimactic, but the mutated creature was undoubtedly defeated. All the adventurers stared at us, their expressions ranging from shock and doubt to confusion and bewilderment. Hey, Sway. When a mutated creature dies. I know, it's fine. Bird-san was the only one who quickly remembered the knowledge. Mutated creatures explode upon death. Acknowledging the warning with a raised arm, I swiftly chanted. Open for violets, close for a night, without ringing bells, the heavens sit in the empty temple. The effect of deep into the night, I wish to retreat that I activated earlier was still in effect. The crystal shard on the creature's neck blinked slowly, but unless I released the delayed magic, the accumulated energy would remain trapped, eventually causing an explosion. Arrange the elements, fire, water, wind. Layer them thrice, mix them to completion. When 3 are done, darkness overlaps. Therefore, I completed another incantation before the explosion occurred. In chaos, we play regretfully in the approaching night. The mutated creature's demise was due to the dark attribute and time-space magic's causal annihilation. The process involved releasing the attributes from the mutated creature's crystal, which would otherwise swell and explode when fed by the corpse. By severing the causal link midway, I diluted the result to a distant potential possibility in the future, effectively nullifying the explosion. Whoosh! The attributes that had nearly overflowed from the crystal dissipated. Thud! The mutated creature's life ended without an explosion. Good job, Chocola. Bark. Bark bark. As Chocola returned, I petted him thoroughly, smiling at Bird-san and the others despite the faint fatigue. Bird-san stared dumbfounded at the mutated creature's lifeless body and muttered, "Haha, that's something. Quite extraordinary. Regardless, I'm glad everyone is safe." Section. All Night Witch born to Kazutaru Hatano, and Vile Muker Hatano, the Heavenly Bell Witch. The name of their son's magic eye was Tragic Night. This marked the first day when Sway Hatano, who would later receive the title All Night Witch, publicly wielded his magic. Chapter 10.4 Have a safe trip home, everyone. Immediately after defeating the herd of bicorn, chaos erupted. Amazing youngster, I've never seen a mage like you. Hiyahu, we're saved. We're finally saved. What kind of magic was that? Are you a witch or something? Yuin, I can go home. I can go home. Thank you. Thank you very much. I was roughed up by the crowd. Chocola, not fond of being petted by strangers, slipped away. Honestly, it doesn't feel bad. But more than that. Thanks, Sway. We owe you big time, and we got to see something amazing. I finally understand the feeling of wanting to brag something to anyone and everyone. Well, I guess I won't be able to tease the boss anymore. Saying that, Schnee-san playfully punched my shoulder, and I've been saved by 2 generations of your family. I'll never be able to repay you guys. Bert-san pushed aside the other adventurers and hugged me tightly. The fact that my 2 friends were safe is more than anything else. After a thorough embrace, Bert-san leaned in, looking me straight in the eyes. And he said what I wanted to hear the most. But listen, Sway. I won't say things like of course, he's the son of that guy. Doing something incredible like this isn't something ordinary. Sure, you've inherited that person's blood, but that alone isn't the reason we were saved, right? We were saved by none other than you. Because you came, because you decided to come here, we were saved, Sway. Yeah. Thank you. Hey, what good does it do for you to say thanks? Anyway, after ruffling my hair, Bert-san turned to the carcass of the mutant. Its body had holes, and the crucible crystal had completely lost its color. While gazing at it, he spoke with a solemn expression. This is quite something. After the death of the mutant, a massive explosion occurs due to the effect of the crucible crystal. As a result, the corpses are reduced to powder and dust, which is the usual outcome. I tried to protect everyone from that explosion, but as a consequence, the body of the mutant remained. This is an unprecedented occurrence and is considered an extremely valuable research subject. What kind of research will be conducted or other complex matters are beyond my understanding. However, I do know that it can be sold for an outrageous price. With just this one, you could probably build a house. Our home in the forest is sufficient. Take it. Having money won't hurt you. Besides, the spoils belong to the one who took it down. Yes. While we were discussing this, G-Liz returned with Karen, carrying support supplies. These included healing potions, bandages, splints for broken bones, and fever medicine. Additionally, there was meat stored in the refrigerator, enough to at least replenish our strength for the journey back to town. After the group finished skinning the materials, we moved to a different location and set up a campsite. Section. The campsite was decided to be in a grassland area about 10 kilometers away from the bicorn carcasses. Despite carrying a large amount of baggage, including the horns, manes, and tail hairs stripped from the bicorn, the adventurers were unfazed. They marched with ease, even though many of them were injured. As for the mutant's carcass, Bert-san was carrying it. With the help of someone skilled in ice magic, he kept it cool. The reason for this urgency was that it could serve as precious research material, so we decided to deliver it to the guild as soon as possible. After setting up the camp, G-Liz and I would transport it ahead. He readily agreed, but I'll need to properly thank him later. Anyway, the tents were efficiently assembled, and the injured were promptly treated. Some of the men were giving intense gazes to Karen, who was participating in the medical care, but that's not acceptable, right? Karen didn't even look their way, she just finished wrapping the bandages and moved on to the next patient. Well, I guess she'll be fine. Not far from the campsite, G-Liz was playing with Chocola. Alright, now hop onto my tail. I'll launch you up really high. Bark. Here we go. FLYYY. Woo. You. Wait, are they playing something incredible? Chocola, who doesn't usually warm up to anyone other than family, seems to consider G-Liz a friend, perhaps because G-Liz's appearance isn't quite human. It's good that they've become friends. While everyone's doing something, Thank you so much for bringing the meat. Oh, don't worry, I'll make sure we get paid properly. True, it's better this way than carrying it ourselves. We're not the ones paying, it's the guild. But this meat from the deep depths. I wonder how it tastes. Around the campfire, I chatted with the adventurers who were busy cooking. Karen had thrown the meat and wild herbs into the pot, creating a hearty stew. Considering it was a campsite meal, it seemed acceptable, but my attention was drawn to the details. I couldn't help but make suggestions. Trimming the fat from the tri-hand meat would be a good idea. And those wild herbs lose flavor if overcooked, so add them at the end. Since some of you are tired, maybe tenderizing the meat would be better. Let's poke holes with a fork. I said one after another. Wow, you can cook too, Nishan. One of the adventurers said. But what concerned me more was the seasoning of the stew. Is it just salt and spices? We have herbs, that's more than enough. Well, that's true, but this is already luxurious. It's meat, after all. One of the cooks, a cheerful Onisan, smiled. Honestly, though, this stew felt more like boiled meat with salt rather than a proper stew. Granted, we couldn't be too picky during a wilderness camp. If only we had some dashi or something. It was a casual remark. Even if we couldn't have kelp or bonito flakes, having consomme or mushrooms would be nice alongside the meat. But my words left the cooks looking bewildered. Dashi, what's that? What? Perhaps it was me who sounded dumb. Dashi is dashi. It's the broth you get from meat and such. There shouldn't be a lack of the concept of dashi in this world. The meat dishes I had at the Sidir used rich sauces, and there were also stews made with something like tomatoes or other vegetable-looking things. So it should be understood, but... Oh, is Nishan talking about that? The kind made by simmering bone-in meat with aromatic vegetables? Certainly, that would significantly enhance the flavor, but we're not in a city kitchen, so it's probably impossible. Yes, that's true. If we added milk, it could turn into a stew, but it spoils easily. Mushrooms work wonders too. Well, eating mushroom from the void forest is a matter of life and death anyway. Exactly. We can't tell which ones are poisonous. No. I swallowed the denial that was about to escape my lips, because I lacked confidence in explaining it properly. To be precise, it wasn't wrong, but it wasn't right either. Certainly, simmering bone-in meat with aromatic vegetables would create dashi. Adding wine would turn it into a pseudo-dashi. Adding milk and butter, thickening it with flour would make a familiar stew even in Japan. It would definitely taste much better than the salt-boiled herb concoction I was making now. Mushrooms were excellent too. They provided umami and enhanced the flavor. If we couldn't discern poison, that was understandable, but having them or not made a huge difference. However, the things the cooks were mentioning, their knowledge and my sense of taste seemed to be misaligned. Something was different. Something was. Suekuan's seasoning for the dishes he makes is, well, profound. When we stayed at the Sidir Inn, I suddenly recalled Mother's comment about my cooking. Could it be? At that time, I didn't quite understand. But I had a feeling it wasn't just Mother's familial bias. Combining the words of the adventurer cooks with Mother's impressions from back then, a conjecture emerged. Excuse me. I'd like to ask something. So, I inquired about something that had been bothering me. What's with that strange question? Oh, right. Nishan came here due to the erosion phenomenon. In that case, cultural differences might play a role. Did that answer your question? And the answer that came back confirmed my suspicion. I see, got it. In that case. Chapter 10.5, Some Trial and Error. 3 days have passed since then. I heard that the withdrawal operation by Birdsan's party went smoothly. After witnessing the completion of the camp preparations, I asked G-Liz to transport the mutant corpses to the guild. Although it caused quite a commotion, it's probably not entirely my fault, maybe. After that, I returned home with Karen. Mother welcomed us with a gentle hug. She was indeed worried about us. And just a little while ago, I received word that Birdsan and the others safely returned to Sidir, so this matter is concluded. As for the purchase price for the mutants, it hasn't been determined yet. However, once the assessment is complete, the funds will be transferred to the guild account. Mother will thoroughly check the amount, so I'll take it easy. By the way, I was impressed that there's a system like a bank account. With this, I won't need to stash money in a chest in the forest and disrupt the economy. Anyway, over the past 3 days in between the land reclamation and meal preparations, I've been diligently working on creating something. The dish that Birdsan's party made during the camp, cooking meat with salt and herbs, seemed quite haphazard. Later, I learned that this method is apparently the default for adventurers, so if that's the case, I wanted to make something improve it. The something I'm referring to is commonly sold in supermarkets in Japan, and some people make it at home. The ingredients can be roughly summarized as meat, salt, and vegetables. First, the meat. This time, I'm using salted meat, specifically bacon. The spotted boar, a pig widely raised as livestock within the kingdom, is the most readily available. When I went to Sidir 3 days ago, I bought a large quantity of it. Additionally, Guild Branch Master Cliché-san just deduct the money from the proceeds of mutant sales. As for the salt, it's not from our home stock, but rather, I procured it in Sidir. Since it needs to reproduce the taste of this other world as close as possible, it's slightly different from the prized salt of Japan's Hakata region. It has a faint herb-like aroma and seems quite good. And now, the vegetables. The selection of these is crucial and somewhat challenging. What's absolutely necessary is starch. I've decided to use round yams, which are similar to the potatoes on Earth. They're more sticky than regular potatoes but lack any strong flavors. Apparently, they're a staple in some regions. Similar to the widely available bacon from spotted boars, you can find them anywhere. Next, aromatic vegetables. Commonly used on Earth are onions, celery, carrots, garlic, and such. Mini tomatoes would be a nice addition too. I scoured our home, Sidera's warehouse, and the market for anything that seemed suitable, experimenting with various combinations. Honestly, this was the most challenging part. It's the reason it took 3 days. Between vegetables found on Earth and those unique to this world, I experimented and carefully selected the basic proportions. Since this part allows for individual creativity and adjustments, I aimed for simplicity and an orthodox approach. Now, onto the herbs. Parsley, rosemary, thyme, arugula, and similar ones. Although I anticipated difficulties in blending them, a major trading company within the kingdom produces commercially available dried herb mixes commonly used in home cooking. Familiar aromas are definitely preferable. If we only talk about the taste, it's quite salty, and the onion flavor is strong. Bark. Chocola, the fairy dog, playfully nuzzled my feet in what seemed like a disappointed whimper. Unlike Earth's dogs, the magical beast Cu Sith is rumored to eat anything. But even though I'm informed of that, I'm still a bit wary. Just in case. However, I have a feeling that my barrier will prevent the absorption of toxins. For now, better safe than sorry. I wouldn't want you falling ill. Bark. Well, anyway. Bacon, salt, starch, aromatic vegetables, and herbs. I need to chop them all. Relentlessly chop. Or rather, mash them into a pulp. Ideally, I'd use a blender, but unfortunately, we don't have one, or rather, they don't exist in this world, so I'll patiently do it manually using my enhanced physical abilities. And now, after the original form has nearly disappeared, transfer it to a bowl and gradually add water. If I had a blender, I could simply mix it with water from the start, but well, it can't be helped. By the way, I've asked Karen for the water. Is this enough? Perfect, thank you. Karen pours the magically generated water into a measuring cup and hands it to me. Taking it, I add it to the bowl while continuing to mash with a potato masher. It's fortunate that we have a potato masher at home, but since I'm planning to get new knives, I might as well ask Novium-san to make one too. Hey, Sway. Why don't you use tap water? It's fine either way, but the city's drinking water and our tap water are fundamentally different. So I thought it would be better to use magically created water. It's also commonly used in the city, which makes explaining the recipe easier. Is there a difference in the water? Do you know about hard water and soft water? Karen tilts her head in confusion. Honestly, I'm not entirely confident in explaining it according to their local knowledge. 2. Water contains various substances in tiny amounts. Among them are calcium and magnesium. Basically, a little bit of metals. Metal? Are we normally drinking metals? It's such a minuscule quantity that you wouldn't notice even if you looked at it. Let's see. Imagine if you boiled down and evaporated an entire bathtub full of water, a tiny bit of metal powder would remain. And based on the relatively higher or lower content, we call it hard water or soft water. Karen remains silent, urging me to continue. It seems she's quite intrigued. The difference between hard water and soft water affects taste and mouthfeel. And it also plays a role in cooking. For example, when extracting dashi. Dashi? What's that? That's the same question the adventurer had 3 days ago. It's like this. The concept of dashi doesn't exist in this world. In reality, we do make it, but it's more of an unconscious process during sauce making or simmered dishes where dashi naturally forms. We don't consciously think about extracting dashi as a cooking step. And one of the reasons why the inhabitants of this world, or at least those living in the kingdom, don't consciously think about dashi is because of the water. Generally, the water used for drinking on this continent is primarily hard water. However, on the other hand, the magic water Karen is currently providing. The water generated using water attribute magic contains very little calcium or magnesium. In other words, it's soft water. In general, hard water is suited for extracting dashi from meat, while soft water is better for extracting dashi from kelp. When meat is cooked in hard water, a lot of impurities come out, and in Western cuisine, it's challenging to extract good dashi. This means that in cultures where hard water is used for drinking, dashi naturally forms when cooking meat, hence the lack of a specific step called extracting dashi. However, while adventurers are exploring the forest, including their daily water needs, they rely on magically produced water. Among adventurers, it's common knowledge that magic water goes down smoothly and tastes good. Our household water is likely a distorted causality created by my magic, probably replicating Japan's tap water. So it's soft water. But the water Karen is providing through magic is even closer to the recipe. Using soft water, especially magical water, as a base might result in less flavor loss compared to building the recipe around hard water. It could also be suitable for large-scale production. Karen, who had been silently listening to my explanation, takes a moment to think before responding. I'm sorry. I still don't understand everything. But it's great that Sway is putting in so much effort. I'll support you. Keep it up. Thank you. Sorry that I can't provide detailed explanations. Karen clenches her fists, encouraging me, while Chocola at my feet starts yawning, looking bored. You should support me too. But I guess there's no helping it if you can't taste it. Now, I'll continue mashing it, adding water, and then further reducing it in a frying pan. Slowly and gently over low heat, evaporating the moisture bit by bit. It's quite a process. This truly takes time. After about 30 minutes, Chocola, completely bored, went outside to play. Karen watched with keen interest, but after an hour or so, she started patting my head and playing with my hair mischievously. Stop that. I'm using fire. Well, actually, it's an induction cooktop. Nearly 2 hours have passed, and the solid mass has almost lost all its moisture. At this point, my mother returns home. She had gone on a patrol to check if any mutants had appeared nearby while hunting. Holding several tri-hand birds, she peeks out from the veranda. You're working hard, Suekuen. Is it still far from completion? Not much longer. Could you and Karen help me with dressing the prey? Understood. As she says this, my mother enters the house. I'll witness the completion of this. It smells wonderful. I apologize for keeping your expectations high, but it'll take a bit more time. Now that it's mostly dried and free of excess moisture, I break it apart with a spatula. It's no longer simmering, it's more like sautéing. Then, I spread the crumbled mixture onto kitchen paper. After letting it sit overnight and allowing any excess oil to drain, it'll be ready. Spread out on the paper are tiny golden grains. The kitchen is filled with the pleasant aroma of the meat and aromatic vegetables blended during the cooking process. For me, it's a familiar and nostalgic scent. I wonder if this exists in this other world. Perhaps there's a similar cooking method. After all, it's just cooking meat with aromatic vegetables and herbs. However, meticulously removing impurities, straining out the ingredients, and serving it as a clear soup, maybe they don't do that here. At least the solid form of it, which I've processed, isn't currently widespread in this world. If it were, adventurers would surely be using it. Over the past few days, you've been making and tasting something, right? What is it? If stored to prevent moisture, It can last for 2 to 3 months. When dissolved in hot water, it becomes a delicious soup. And by simply adding ingredients and simmering, it transforms into a proper, flavorful dish. I see. Yes. When adventurers go on expeditions, this can liberate them from bland meals boiled with just salt. Even in non-adventurer households, it should be easy to make tasty stews. This is an enhanced version of Western bouillon dashi. Originally, it's a high-end soup whose name in French means something perfected. In modern Japan, what I've made essentially an instant base that simplifies the cooking process and comes in the form of granules or cubes is sold inexpensively. In fact, hearing the name would likely evoke thoughts of that version. A versatile weapon that's handy for quick cooking. It's a granulated consommé. Chapter 10.6. I wonder if they'll be pleased. And so, the granulated consommé was complete. Without delay, I used it for dinner the next day. The main ingredients were leftover bacon and round potatoes, along with root vegetables like carrots and turnips, and other vegetables that seemed suitable. Essentially, it was a pot-au-feu. Can adventurers really enjoy such delicious food in the forest? After tasting it, Mother muttered in half amazement. Although the quality of the ingredients may vary, something similar should be possible. For the meat, we used bacon this time, but anything would do. Karen also gazed at her pot-au-feu thoughtfully. The powder dissolved in the soup is made from salted meat, and about half of the ingredients are the same as what's in the pot. Yet, why does it have such a rich flavor? The granulated consommé concentrates the flavors of the ingredients. The aromatic vegetables also contribute. It's the synergy of these elements that gives it depth of flavor. By the way, do you have this kind of slow-cooked dish in this world? I've had something similar at a restaurant in the capital city. It was a luxurious dish that requires a lot of effort. I see. So, is the concept of bouillon familiar to you? But does it become a high-end cuisine? In other words, it's about the cost of ingredients and labor. Using meat and vegetables solely for making broth adds extra expenses. In this world, transportation costs from the source would likely be added as well. In Sidir, meat is readily available in the forest, right? And there are plenty of vegetables in the market too. Sidir is mostly self-sufficient except for wheat. Rather, they're the ones exporting. Since the capital is far away, Sidir-produced meat and vegetables are considered luxury items. Maybe that's why the stew Mother had in the capital was so expensive. But there's no such thing as instant soup granules, is there? No, there isn't. Even when Mother was an adventurer, I never heard of anything like that. True. This is probably remarkable. The stew is undoubtedly delicious, but, yes, with this granulated consommé, anyone can easily make similar dishes anytime. It's remarkable. It has long shelf life, portability, and doesn't add to your baggage. During exploration or travel, people can conveniently enjoy such delicious food. Consommé flavors are less likely to become monotonous. Depending on the ingredients, you can change the mood and even experiment with variations. It's like a versatile seasoning. You can use it for wine steaming or, in our household's case, mix it with mirin to enhance the flavor. As for releasing it commercially, the price and existing interests might be the main challenges. If magical processes could compress the preparation steps, it would reduce labor and costs. Perhaps we could achieve large-scale production at a lower cost than expected. I don't think existing interests would pose a significant problem. Consider discussing this with the guild branch master, including these aspects. Mother could also seek advice through other channels. Suppose there were a restaurant somewhere that turned it into a secret recipe. A system similar to patents exists, but it's not as strictly regulated as on 21st century Earth. For the sake of preventing imitation, certain crucial elements are kept confidential as trade secrets. There's a prevailing notion that if stolen, it's the fault of the one who failed to protect it. Regardless, considering all existing interests in the world would paralyze any progress. Although I'll continue living peacefully in the forest, I don't seek complete isolation from society. My immediate goal remains to make delicious food accessible to adventurers, merchants, travelers, and ordinary households. That's what I've decided. Now, I pose the same question I asked the adventurers that day in the forest to Mother and Karen. Hey, Mother, Karen, what do you both think are the different types of human taste? For a moment, they both looked puzzled. I recall the adventurers saying, "What a strange question. Taste? Like sweet or sour?" Yes, exactly. What kinds of tastes can human tongues perceive? While terms like delicious or unpleasant are influenced by smell, texture, and even mouthfeel, ultimately, it's about combinations of different tastes, right? I see what you mean. The two of them began listing while counting on their fingers. In addition to what Vile-sama has said, we have sweet, sour, and spicy. And what about bitter and astringent? Mother added, holding a cup of tea. Right, and anything else? Oh, how about salty? Yes, saltiness is also one of the taste sensations. Anything else? I can't think of any more. Same here. It's interesting that without considering smell or texture, there are surprisingly few types of taste. But why did you ask this question? Over there, in the world where I used to live, taste was believed to have 5 categories. However, spiciness and astringency were excluded as taste sensations and considered more like stimuli types of pain. Of course, some cultures treated them as additional tastes. It's intriguing that spicy and astringent aren't considered tastes but rather types of stimulation. But if those two are excluded, in Sichuan cuisine, they further differentiate spiciness into numbing and hot. I wonder if this world has a culture that appreciates the tingling spiciness of Sichuan peppercorns, but for now, I'll leave that aside. Exactly. Among the ones you both mentioned, excluding spiciness and astringency, we have sweet, sour, bitter, and salty 4 tastes. However, there's one more taste that humans perceive. Taste is determined by chemical compounds detected by taste receptors on the tongue's taste buds. Even in Earth's history, taste was traditionally limited to sweet, sour, bitter, and salty. The 5th taste was discovered relatively recently, about a century ago in a part of Earth. However, it's only gained recognition in the last 20 years or so. Until then, it was mostly handled based on empirical knowledge, and only a few cultures actively utilized it. The culture that actively utilized this taste was none other than Japan. Both you and Karen praised my cooking at the Sidir Inn, saying it was different from the inn's dishes, deeper. That very depth is the true nature of the 5th taste. Depth. As a taste. The milk that Chocola is drinking right now contains that taste. Bark. Chocola, who had been slurping the milk brought back from Sidira, looked bewildered. His mouth was completely white. I'll have to wipe it later. However, this taste is quite elusive. It was discovered late even in the other world. Here too, it's mostly underutilized. Simmering bone-in meat to make sauce. Using milk to enhance flavor. Adding mushrooms to soup for deliciousness. This taste exists only within individual cases based on empirical knowledge. In contrast, as a Japanese, I've actively embraced it. The soy sauce and mirin I use as the base for seasoning in this house. Here, everyone looks puzzled when I mention making dashi. And today's dinner, where I used granulated consomme. Chocola's milk dairy products also contain it. If processed into butter or other forms, it becomes even more pronounced. In terms of concentration, it's similar to simmering meat and vegetables in granulated consomme soup. I think water quality plays a role too. The drinking water here is hard water. Hard water makes it less likely to extract this 5th taste. This taste reception involves organic acids represented by glutamate and inosinate. Described as neither salty, sweet, sour, nor bitter, it's characterized as having depth, richness, and umami. It's called umami. True to its name, adding or intensifying it amplifies the sensation of delicious. It's like magic in cooking. Chapter 10, Interlude, Royal Office, Sork's Castle, King's Chamber. The Sork's Kingdom, one of the world's preeminent nations, boasts vast territories that encompass approximately 1/3 of the continent. However, a quarter of this expanse remains uncharted and is symbolically referred to as the Divine Will's broth within the enigmatic Void Forest. Despite its modest cartographic representation, The kingdom wields unparalleled strength. Historically, Sorks has served as the linchpin among continental nations, diligently maintaining peace under the guise of deterrence. Remarkably, there hasn't been an interstate war within the continent for the past century, a testament largely attributed to the presence of Sorks. Now, let us turn our attention to the current monarch of Sorks, Shaps del Di Sorks. Though in his 40s, his royal lineage endows him with considerable magical prowess, preserving an outward appearance of youth. Yet, his demeanor lacks luster. Sporting a perpetually absent-minded expression, he appears amiable and approachable. However, charisma, the innate allure of a leader, is conspicuously absent. Even foreign nations, not to mention his own courtiers and nobles, regard him with mild indifference. However, the situation changes dramatically when we consider his consort, the queen by his side. Fauncha del Rey Sierra Sorks, a woman who mirrors the king's youthfulness and beauty, stands as a stark contrast. Hailing from the House of Sierra, she has been Shap's childhood friend and, during their engagement, consistently supported him from the shadows. Her capabilities span diverse domains: internal affairs, foreign relations, and social engagements. Proficient in magic, she bears the title of Sage, second only to the elusive witch. Her azure eyes, transparent as water, have earned her the moniker Kingdom's Fountain. In essence, it's safe to say that the king is under the queen's thumb. However, lest we mistake the king for a mere puppet, let it be known that he is far from it. Once upon a time, the Marquis Sierra, underestimating the crown prince's intellect, sought to manipulate the kingdom's affairs through their daughter. Yet, Fauncha herself quashed these ambitions. Every plot was preemptively dismantled, leaving the Marquis house powerless. After 2 decades of struggle, the Marquis was left no power and could hardly intervene in political affairs. Last year, the mantle of rulership passed to Fauncha's younger brother, an unwavering devotee of his elder sister, the Queen. Since the parent was like that, why did the king leave everything to the Queen? The king deeply trusts his Queen, remains unfazed by being under her thumb, and sits on the throne with ease, portraying himself as an unassuming fool with boundless flexibility. Many consider the couple's reign to be exceptional and unparalleled. Now, about this royal couple. Recently, news arrived from the northeast Gregorn region, specifically from the village of Sidir, which has stirred up their office. Section. Alright, let me summarize. The Adventurers Guild, Sidir branch, obtained a mutant creature's corpse. The one who dispatched the mutant without causing an explosion is none other than the boundary fusion phenomenon returner Heavenly Belle's son, Sway Hatano Dono. The guild has provided the kingdom with a specimen, and researchers from the Royal Academy of Magic Arts have already set out. On site, Sub-Zero-sama is stationed as the advance team and will also lead the research efforts. In the office of the royal couple, the right-hand person delivering this report with parchment in hand is the young Prime Minister, Idle Tainai. Back when they were still the Crown Prince and Princess, they discovered his talent during an inspection of a regional city and adopted him as their own, despite his commoner background. Throughout history, there have been only a few reported instances of mutant remains in human hands. This specimen is exceptionally valuable, and research may yield unexpected results. However, Your Majesties, I assume your concern lies elsewhere. Yeah, I get that it's impressive, but I'm completely clueless about why it's impressive. Shaps shrugged nonchalantly. His attitude, casting aside the dignity of a king, didn't faze the Queen or the Prime Minister. They were used to it. Well, let's leave the technical details to the experts. More importantly, Idle, as you mentioned, what piques our interest is. It's the movements of Heavenly Belsama, isn't it? More precisely, that entire family. Finally, they've added another member. The Queen and the Prime Minister both sighed in unison. Viol Ira Muker Hatano, the Heavenly Bell Witch, and holder of the Deerslayer rank. And her adopted daughter, the Calm Spring Witch, Karen Tatoria Kwaioi. The royal family has been constantly troubled by the uproar caused by this mother-daughter duo. However, if we also consider Kazutaru Hatano, who disappeared 13 years ago, the number of times they've been left dumbfounded surpasses mere head-scratching. Kazutaru's active days coincided with the time when the king and queen were barely crown prince and princess. In fact, The chaos surrounding Shap's ascension to the throne was deeply intertwined with that couple. Nevertheless, now it's his son. I'd like to meet the son of Kazutaru Dono and Viol Dono. Curious, indeed. Shaps nonchalantly expressed this sentiment, prompting both Fauncher and Idol to sigh in unison. But he probably won't come even if we call him. She would probably say you come here instead. Reuniting with her family has been her long-cherished wish. Personally, I'd love to have another conversation with All Night Dono. You were still a child back then. Ah, Kazutaru Dono. When I was still the crown prince, I was so uncomfortable around him that I'd run away at the mere sight of his face. But upon hearing of his passing, I felt a deep sense of loss. Only after he was gone did I realize how much more I wanted to learn from him. I realized I admired that gentleman. He was an irreplaceable friend to me. The king's candid words led the three of them to close their eyes momentarily. Then, the queen added, "Well, as long as we don't forget those feelings, Heavenly Belsama will eventually come to visit us. But under no circumstances should we summon her. Send a letter through Seralind through the royal messenger. I'll write it myself." With a smile, the meeting resumed. The queen transformed her expression into that of a stateswoman and turned to the prime minister. "Now, what kind of person their son is? He's kind-hearted, composed in demeanor, utterly devoid of arrogance, and maintains excellent social interactions. Those who've interacted with him hold him in high regard. Is he just putting on a facade? He seems genuinely sincere. Apparently, he single-handedly rescued adventurers attacked by mutants in the deep regions." The Prime Minister chose not to mention the information about riding on a dragon's back. Moreover, he didn't mention about him frequently going to Sidir while riding on a dragon's back, to the point that the residents are already becoming accustomed to it. Because even the next report alone would fill the office with their sighs. Furthermore, regarding magical prowess, you've likely deduced this from their defeat of the mutant creature, but not only is as powerful as Calm Springsama, he might even be as strong as Heavenly Belsama. Yeah, indeed. As expected. Both the king and queen sighed in exasperation. He's the son of that couple, after all. I suppose I'll just shrug my shoulders along with your majesty. According to reports from the field, he possesses even darker magical eyes than All Night Sama. He effortlessly deflected the lightning strikes unleashed by the mutant, leaving even bystanders with nothing more than superficial scratches. The dark magic he employed during the battle was astonishing and beyond standard. He single-handedly contained a herd of bicorn creatures and had adventurers hunt them down. This is getting ridiculous. Finally, the king collapsed onto his desk. "Tia, Idol, what should we do?" He looked at the two of them, almost pleadingly. His appearance was both pitiable as a king and straightforward in seeking help from others, a virtue of a statesman. Smiling at being addressed with her nickname, the queen responded to the immediate issue with a sigh. "We can leave him alone for a while. Of course, we'll need to discreetly handle any unnecessary actions by the nobles. But Heavenly Belsama has already exerted strong pressure through the advance team's records. Foolish individuals who want to raise their estate to the ground won't be so common. What about other countries? There's no urgent need for external affairs. Fortunately, the boundary fusion phenomenon occurred within our own territory. Heavenly Belsama will continue to stay in our Sorks kingdom, just as she always has. Although her residence has moved to the deep parts of the Void Forest. Despite being the unprecedented Divine Will's broth, it remains a part of our country. Whether she's concealing her true intentions or not, the fact remains. What about the Elven Kingdom of Alfheim? Where is that country now, anyway? Last month, I believe it was in the southeastern part of the Beastkin territory. There's no need to involve them. If necessary, Calm Springsama will make contact. Besides, whether we report it or not, I doubt she'd make any demands. Perhaps we should marry off our princess. What nonsense. If we propose a political marriage, the castle will burn and freeze. The king's jesting proposal was swiftly dismissed by the queen. However, she was quick to devise an alternative solution. Shall we subtly mention it to Nope? Their prodigal third prince, who had no interest in politics, loved the people, and roamed both within and outside the kingdom, imitating adventurers. He admired Viol as his mentor. If he took an interest, he might even fly to Sidir. He was the kind of son who would casually share a drink with commoners he'd just met. The queen hoped that he could become friends with Sway Hatano, both as a stateswoman and as a mother. Regardless, his heavenly Belsama's son. We shouldn't think of using him. Our priority is to avoid hostility. Ideally, maintain friendly relations. If he continues to base himself in the deep parts of the forest and occasionally visits Sidir, it might even become more peaceful than before. Fauncher sought agreement from her husband and stepson. Certainly, that makes sense. Although I trembled when I heard he was as strong as Kazutaru Dono and Viol Dono, it seems he has a gentle disposition. Surely he won't do anything as reckless as Kazutaru Dono did. The king nodded in a relaxed manner. From shop's improvements to global positioning magic, GPM. Back then, as a child, I couldn't comprehend any of it. Now, along with its groundbreaking nature, I can't help but think he accomplished something incredible. The Prime Minister also chuckled dryly. Just as the conversation was nearing a conclusion, a gentle knock came at the office door. The Prime Minister responded, and a messenger knight handed over a letter. After confirming the knight's departure and closing the door, Idle opened the seal and read the contents. Father, Mother. The Prime Minister was so flustered that he completely forgot his role as a subject. He read the report aloud like a wooden stick. Sway Hatano has developed an entirely new ration. It's portable, has a long shelf life, and when dissolved in hot water, it turns into a flavorful soup. If you add ingredients, it becomes a dish fit for the capital's restaurants. Not only suitable for travel rations but also a useful household seasoning. If it becomes widespread, it could revolutionize people's diets. What? The king and queen. After a prolonged silence, they both exclaimed in unison. So that's the direction their son is going. Chapter 11, My First Step. Chapter 11.1, I hope it becomes a specialty. In this world, there exists a taste that remains largely unknown. When I shared this concept with Mother and Karen, their reactions were, as expected, impressed, yet not entirely grasping the significance. That was to be expected. Until scientific evidence confirmed the existence of taste receptors capable of detecting umami compounds on Earth and beyond, many doubted its reality. Isn't it more plausible that various tastes, such as saltiness and sweetness, emerged from complex interactions? That theory resonates far better. Therefore, my purpose isn't merely to popularize the concept of umami in this world. Rather, I aim to actively utilize this notion to enhance people's lives. Section. 5 days after Mother and Karen tasted it, I visited the Adventurers Guild, Sidir branch, accompanied by my partner, Chocola. I arranged dishes using granulated consommé in the reception room. From a simple soup seasoned with salt to a pot-au-feu, each dish featured varying ingredients and flavor profiles. In essence, it was a presentation. Undoubtedly groundbreaking. It's hard to believe this was just simmered. The speaker, Guildmaster Cliché, held a spoon and pondered. Despite his intimidating appearance reminiscent of a Yakuza Oyabun, he cracked a small smile. Did he find it delicious? He should, right? Guildmaster, try this too. Even a dish made with forest-sourced meat and wild herbs can achieve this level. The expedition team will rejoice. Bird-san, equally surprised but even more delighted, beamed. His mismatched spoon size and massive build were endearing. Yet, his skillful use of the spoon to break apart the simmered meat revealed an unexpected grace. Oh, absolutely. This is fantastic. Being able to share this with us is a privilege. And the flavor, so gentle. The Guildmaster's portion, though, is a tad too salty and spicy for my taste. Lila-san, who worked as the receptionist, followed us casually due to being my acquaintance. I also wanted to hear a woman's opinion, so I found it fitting. Bark. Chocola, having enjoyed striped goat milk, looked thoroughly content. He seems to have taken a liking to it. Perhaps I'll procure more on our way back. 3 varieties of pot-au-feu. Guildmaster Cliché sampled the high-end version, crafted with moderately extravagant ingredients. Bird-san, on the other hand, tasted the hearty stew tailored for adventurers. And Lila-san relished the home-style version made from readily available ingredients. While the granulated consommé itself is mostly salty, feel free to adjust it to your preference. Considering that adventurers working in the forest sweat and expend energy, I added salt with that in mind. As the three continued their tasting, I provided explanations. Adjusting the simmering time also affects the overall impression. Ingredients that absorb flavors quickly require less time, while those that benefit from extended simmering need more. Hey, Suikai, wouldn't this taste great with softened bread? Certainly, that's a possibility. I responded to Lila-san, who observed the plain soup. You can soak bread in it or even turn it into a barley porridge. Adding wine or using it as a base for stews, there are various home adaptations. The cost of production remains the challenge. Guildmaster Cliché, satisfied, placed his spoon down and gave me a sharp look. Ultimately, this powder doesn't materialize out of thin air. It involves finely chopping vegetables and meat until they turn mushy, followed by simmering and complete dehydration, right? Quite labor-intensive, isn't it? If done manually, yes. Cliché-san, weren't you already aware of it? Why bother asking? Apologies, I was curious enough to test it. He grinned mischievously. I guess he wanted to know how far I thought into it. Most of what you just mentioned should be achievable through magical processes, shortening and streamlining the steps. Of course, it requires a certain level of expertise. But Mother and Karen have already devised specialized incantations for this purpose. Ho-hoo, that's helpful. Guildmaster Cliché's smirk deepened. By chance, were you secretly hoping for that? Naturally, we'll submit the Magic Circle inscription application for it. Wait. Yes, of course, that's obvious. The inscription application in Magic Circles is akin to a patent. It officially records the creator's name. While it doesn't entail legal usage fees, it's considered morally right to reciprocate in some form when extensively utilizing the spell, for instance, in business ventures. Well, we'll address that later. It's not ideal to allow unrestricted use for free, but we're not looking to exploit anyone either. Understood. My apologies. Guildmaster Cliché's expression turned solemn. His pragmatism was admirable. He seized opportunities where he could, always prioritizing the city's well-being. In turn, I enumerated potential benefits. As a recent graduate who had just fought in the exam wars, I possessed a fair amount of knowledge. Producing consommé in Sidir would invigorate the economy. Employing people for vegetable cultivation, ingredient processing, and other tasks would stimulate financial circulation. A thriving economy contributes to the city's growth. Keep going. Vegetables and meat produced in Sidir are partially exported to other cities. If we replaced half of that with granulated consommé, transportation costs would significantly decrease. Even if physical demand remains high and prevents full replacement, the additional transportation cost due to consommé would be minimal. In other words, profit margins would expand. I see. Anything else? This ties back to the initial benefit. Could this contribute to adventurers' social security? People who've suffered injuries preventing them from entering the forest, or those who lack the skills to earn well. Involving them in production might stabilize their livelihoods. Bird-san, who had been listening with arms crossed, finally spoke up. Among us adventurers, there are regular cases of individuals losing their legs and becoming unable to walk. Naturally, they can't venture into the forest. They're left with two options: leave Sidir or find sedentary work like tending a shop. But if they had the opportunity to work in consommé production, it would broaden their choices. Moreover, wild herbs and similar forest-sourced ingredients would experience much higher demand than now. Depending on the severity of their injuries, some might still operate in the shallower parts of the forest, don't you think? Bird-san nodded emphatically and directed his gaze at Guildmaster Cliché. Then he declared, "Guildmaster, I'm not well versed in business matters. Therefore, I respect your opinion regarding financial considerations. However, this soup space is potentially more valuable to us Sidir residents than even mutant corpses." I agree. Lila-san murmured, her spoon still fixed on the pot-au-feu dish. My grandmother has poor teeth. Whenever we all enjoy meat together, she smiles but seems a bit lonely. This soup, it's bursting with the flavor of meat. If we make porridge with it, maybe my grandmother won't look so lonely anymore. Perhaps she'll smile alongside us, much more often. It's decided. Guildmaster Cliché declared, rising solemnly. Sidir will embark on consommé production. Of course, we can't start immediately, nor can we make bold investments right away. First, we'll try mass production and sell to adventurers. Then, we'll gradually introduce it to the city, expanding as we observe. Initially, prices may be high, but with increased production, affordability will improve. He extended his hand toward me. When you brought in that mutant's corpse, I was taken aback. But this time, I'm impressed. As Bird-san and Lila-san suggest, this could significantly transform our city. Thank you. It will be a pleasure working with you. I shook his hand firmly, matching his strength. Now, let's discuss the financial details. We need to formalize the contract. You seem adept at handling such matters, but ensure there are no loopholes, all right? Before that, could I request a refill of Chocola's milk? He's been staring at me with intense desire since finishing it earlier. Bark. As I petted my silently appealing doggo, my heart swelled with relief and joy. This, surely, would mark my first step. Chapter 11.2 Let's do it with a vision. After wrapping up various things at the meeting, I left the guild and made my way to the bustling market. The rows of shops lining the main street created a picturesque scene, and despite having been here several times before, my heart still danced with excitement. Already waiting on a bench by the side of the street were the two people I had split up with earlier, Karen and Tomo-san. Sorry to keep you waiting. No worries. Karen, how many cakes did you eat? While we were discussing matters at the guild, Karen had waited for me at Tomo-san's place, Skylark Pavilion. But upon our reunion after a few hours, Karen wore an oddly satisfied expression, more like I can't eat anymore than anything else. And there was a sweet fragrance emanating from her, too. I didn't eat that much. How many did you have? Chocola, come here. Bark. Good boy, good boy. Bark, bark. She petted Chocola to change the subject. Tomo-san, with a gracious smile, addressed me. It's all right. If it's just that much, it's my treat. Please don't spoil her. She might get carried away. It was incredibly sweet and delicious. You're getting spoiled. Later, when it's time to pay, Tomo-san firmly declined. She chuckled, as if she had already invested in this outcome. Karen sat on the bench, petting Chocola, while we took a break. We're talking about the cost of the cake you ate, you know? Well, anyway, thank you. The pleasure is mine. I'm learning a lot. Tomo-san wasn't wearing her usual Skylark Pavilion uniform. Instead, she donned a simple, modest dress. Her hair hung loose, and she deliberately toned down any overly glamorous vibes. Surprisingly inconspicuous. I always dress like this for strolling around the city. To be honest, I don't know much about fashion, but I think it's subtly cute. Thank you. By the way, would you like to go shopping for clothes together sometime? Karen-san, you're so beautiful. Let me help you choose a fantastic dress. And rest assured, any gentleman who sees you will be instantly smitten, no doubt about it. Definitely sometime soon. I can hear you, you know. Bark. As the two women chatted and strolled through the market, Chocola and I followed 3 steps behind. Well, Karen seemed to be having fun, so it was all good. Now then, Sway-san. What were you looking for? Oh, yes. Mushrooms and dried goods, and also tomatoes. Our purpose for coming to the market this time was research. Specifically, I wanted to know how widely umami-rich foods were popular in this country. Section. Mushrooms are rich in guanylic acid, a key umami component. They seem to be commonly used here and are abundant in the forests. However, distinguishing between edible and poisonous varieties is nearly impossible for amateurs. So, I wanted to find out if there was something safe, something cultivated artificially and is widely available. Next, dried goods. Dashi, essential for Japanese cuisine, is mostly made from these. But our expectations for dried kelp or bonito flakes might be low. After all, the concept of dashi might not be as prevalent here, and having any kind of shellfish would be considered lucky. Conversely, what I'm most excited about is tomatoes. A staple vegetable in Western and especially Italian cuisine, they're rich in glutamic acid, another umami component. When we stayed at this inn, we had a stew that included tomatoes or a similar vegetable, so I knew for sure that tomatoes existed in this world. Shall we start by looking around nearby? Guided by Tomo-san, we strolled through the market, passing by the rows of shops. Mushrooms were displayed in various stores. However, they all seemed to be wild harvested rather than cultivated. Thinking about it, that made sense. Why bother cultivating something that grows abundantly right nearby? I did buy a few samples from different places, carefully examining each one to verify if the flavorful varieties were suitable for cultivation. But testing them one by one, assessing whether they were safe and could be artificially grown, that would be an enormous effort. Shiitake mushrooms or something similar would have been ideal, but everything I saw was unfamiliar, potentially toxic, or had bizarre shapes. Clearly, this wasn't a field where amateurs could easily get involved. And as expected, dried goods were almost non-existent. As the sole harvest, there was fish sauce. Similar to soy sauce, it's a seasoning rich in umami. However, it has quite a strong flavor, and the locals don't seem to favor it much. I've heard that ancient Rome used fish sauce in practically everything, but here it's mainly used as a subtle flavor enhancer. Well, things don't always go as planned. Considering you bought a mountain of mushrooms, what are you saying? I feel like Tomo-san already considers me a complete oddball. Being stared at with disapproval by a beautiful woman gives me an overwhelming sense of guilt. Dairy products are abundant, though. Since livestock farming thrives in the southern part of the city, milk from cows and goats is readily available. Yogurt, butter, and various types of cheese are sold all over the place. They even sell Chocola's recent favorite, striped goat milk. Don't look so greedy. You already drank a lot earlier, right? Kuan. As I gently pet Chocola's head, his ears flutter. Tomo-san points ahead. They're selling tomatoes. Oh. I direct my gaze toward one of the shops where vegetables are neatly displayed. A heap of red fruits. Bright red fruits with green stems attached. The distinct aroma, tinged with a hint of green. Without a doubt, they were tomatoes. May I have one? Sure. I paid the grumpy vendor, picked one up, and took a bite. I see. Compared to the genetically improved tomatoes from Earth, these were quite tangy. But they definitely had the taste of glutamic acid. Tomo-san, are tomatoes a popular vegetable in this world? Well, even if we limit it to the kingdom, they're not widely prevalent. Why is that? Both the outside and inside are bright red, aren't they? It's like blood, which tends to repel people. However, here in Sidir, it's often used as a sauce. The blood-like color is actually popular among adventurers, who associate it with determination and good luck. By the way, Sway-san, it's quite unconventional to bite into it raw like that. Ha! Looking around, I noticed that even Tomo-san and Karen, as well as the grumpy old vendor, were taken aback by my actions. Is that unconventional comment a rather euphemistic expression? To be honest, I'm already questioning your sanity. I was surprised too. What are you doing all of a sudden? Are you mistaking it for a fruit or something? Well, I felt perplexed by this otherworldly gap. Why not eat it raw? What's the reason? No, it's true that they are much more sour than tomatoes on Earth, but I remember. I vaguely recalled that the tomatoes there were specifically bred for raw consumption in Japan. I think I read on the internet, but not every part of Earth likes eating tomatoes raw. Like in this world, most countries use them for cooking. Back in my hometown, we eat tomatoes raw. It's perfectly fine, I assure you. I mumbled an ambiguous excuse and hastily finished the remaining half. It was indeed sour, quite sour. The skin was tough and thick, leaving an aftertaste. Honestly, it wasn't very delicious when eaten raw. My face flushed with embarrassment. Tomatoes are bark. That, I blurted out, trying to divert attention. Are tomatoes of only this variety available? Are there smaller ones, perhaps ones that fit in the palm of your hand? You're quite knowledgeable. As expected from someone who eats them raw. Well, never mind that. Do such tomatoes exist? Oh, those are in that basket over there. They're naturally smaller. Some eccentric farmers grow them just for fun. They're not very popular for making sauce because they don't yield much. But if you saute them, they can be a nice side dish for meat. I look at the basket. Inside, like a bargain sale, were small tomatoes, mini tomatoes, to be precise. As soon as I saw them, I exclaimed, "I'll take all of these." Oh. The vendor, clearly taken aback, tried to keep his distance from me, but I couldn't stop grinning. It was lucky. Who would have thought mini tomatoes existed, and that there were farmers cultivating them as a crop? I popped one into my mouth. It had a distinct tanginess and a much stronger sweetness than the earlier tomato. It was quite similar to the mini tomatoes I used to eat in Japan. Why are these so delicious? Why aren't they selling well? Is it because of how it looks? Or do people just associate tomatoes with sauce? He's eating them raw again. Seriously, what's with this guy? He's scary. Ignoring the vendor's muttering, I turned to face Tomo-san. Tomo-san. Normally, I'd pretend not to know you after all your freaky behavior, but I'll respond because I feel sorry for Karen-san. What is it? Could you at least keep those thoughts to yourself? Or rather, brace yourself for something even more eccentric. May I use the kitchen in the shop? I might be able to create a new dessert. Chapter 11.3 Looks like precious gems, irreplaceable. And so, we made our way to Skylark Pavilion to borrow the kitchen. The kitchen at the back of the cafe was well equipped, complete with cooking utensils, various ingredients, and even a stone oven for baking cakes. Since it was past lunchtime, the chef kindly granted us permission, saying, "Perfect, I wanted to take a break. You really can't just waltz into someone else's kitchen, you know. Sorry about that. Kuan. While you wait, Tomo-san will bring you some striped goat milk." Bark, bark, bark. And after a cash exchange, we left Chocola behind in the back of the shop, embarking on our trial run again. Sway, how are you planning to use tomatoes in the cake? And don't tell me those mushrooms too. No, we won't be using those. There are no sweet mushrooms here. Well, in Japan, they have a different meaning. Remember that conversation we had at home about umami? Tomatoes are rich in umami. People in this world also know that from experience, so they use them to make sauces by simmering them down. I haven't heard about this umami you're talking about, and besides, tomatoes aren't widely used outside of Sidir due to their color. Yes, it's a shame. But at the same time, it's an opportunity. I arranged the cherry tomatoes I bought on the countertop. Unlike regular tomatoes, these were sweet and perfect for desserts. Here's something I haven't told Karen yet. Umami has a synergistic effect. When you combine umami from different sources, plant-based and animal-based, it doesn't just add up, it multiplies the deliciousness. I don't really understand the whole plant-based versus animal-based thingy, but are you saying that tomatoes and meat taste good together? Meat. We're making a cake now, aren't we? Food derived from animals isn't limited to just meat. It's also commonly used in cakes. Right now, Chocola is busy with something related to that behind the shop. Or rather, something made from it. I select one of the ingredients prepared for me. This white mass, thanks to Sidera's thriving livestock industry, offers a variety of options. Tomatoes and cheese. In a country from my world, that combination was a classic. But there are more ways to utilize it than just in pizza or pasta. First, let's create the cake base. I crush the cookies for the baked confection. Choosing cookies with a strong wheat aroma, I lightly break them with a rolling pin. I stop before they become too fine, then add melted butter and mix well. Once that's done, I spread it evenly on the bottom of the cake pan. Next comes the cream cheese. Mixing cream cheese and heavy cream, I add sugar. To add color and flavor, I also incorporate crushed blueberries. Tomatoes and blueberries complement each other well. Well, These blueberries are more like blueberry look-alike and belong to a slightly different variety. But their color, fragrance, and taste are close enough to blueberries. After it takes on a faint blue hue, I set aside a portion, add gelatin, and put it on fire. The history of gelatin dates back quite far on Earth. It was already used as a sweet ingredient during Napoleon's time. I recall having a cake with jelly on top when I was treated to dessert at this shop, so I assume it's popular in this otherworldly place too. Carefully adjusting the heat to prevent boiling, just as the gelatine was dissolved, I removed it from the fire. I then mix it back into the original cheese mixture and pour it into the cookie-lined pan. If possible, I'd like to chill it. Do you have any ice? Leave it to me. My magic is ice-based. I hand the cake pan to Tomo-san, and she places her hand over it, beginning an incantation. I can see the cold energy gathering around the edges of the pan. Be careful not to freeze it completely. Just chill it moderately. Understood. While the cheese hardens, it's time to turn the tomatoes into jelly. I remove the stems from the cherry tomatoes, crush them along with their skins, and mix them with water. Then I strain the mixture through a fine mesh sieve, removing only the skins and seeds. Next, I add honey and citrus juice to the tomato juice to adjust the flavor. Balancing sweetness, acidity, the tomato's essence, and umami, I incorporate gelatin and heat it. Unlike the cheese, it's safe to boil this mixture. Once it boils, I remove it from the heat and let it cool slightly. Now it's Karen's turn to shine with her water-based magic. Please. Got it. I fill a bowl with water and immerse the pot in it. When the water becomes lukewarm, I discard it and add fresh water. Repeating this process, I achieve a temperature that's not too hot but still allows the mixture to set. Then, I pour it over the cheesecake in the cake pan. Once it's thoroughly chilled, remove it from the mold. And there it is, the finished product, a tomato jelly cheesecake. Where? As the cake reveals its full form, both Karen and Tomo-san exclaim in awe. It's beautiful. Transparent, like a gem. The overlapping shades of blue and red. It reminds me of Viol Sama. Though I hadn't consciously intended it, now that they mention it, it does make me think of Mother, who controlled both fire and ice. If that's the case, it's fitting that this is the first cake I've made since coming to this world. It makes me happy. Let's taste it. I'm curious since it was my first attempt. I slice a piece, pick up a fork, and take a bite. Karen's mouth falls open, and she squirms in delight. This is. Tomo-san wears an equally astonished expression. Yes, it turned out well. The tomato aroma blends intricately with the cheese and berries, harmonizing with the cookie base. The cream cheese provides sweetness, while the citrus juice adds acidity. Together, they expertly mask the distinct vegetal quality of tomatoes. Lucky that cream cheese exists in this world too. Certainly, cream cheese is relatively new even on Earth. I believe it was accidentally discovered during the cheesemaking process when cream was mistakenly added. The method that emerged from this accidental discovery wouldn't exist in this world unless a similar accident occurred. But once such an accident happens, it can appear regardless of the era. Probably this world was fortunate enough to experience the latter case. Is this really tomato? Unbelievable. If you don't savor it carefully, you won't find any traces of it. Delicious. Very delicious. The balance of sweetness and sourness is just right, and it's rich yet refreshing. Yes, and it leaves a deep flavor lingering afterward. The synergy of umami from tomatoes and cheese. Although I doubt they'll fully grasp it, there's undoubtedly something profound at the core shaping the depth of flavor. I was surprised that you didn't use a stone oven. I always thought cakes were meant to be baked, but to create something like jelly or pudding. But this is undoubtedly a cake. A no-bake cake, it's fascinating. Ah, I see. There's that aspect too. I hadn't realized it myself. Certainly, when we think of cake, it's usually about baking the sponge part. I guess there's that stereotype here. I was planning to make a baked cheesecake if cream cheese wasn't available, but this no-bake cheesecake turned out well. For a while, the three of us silently moved our forks. And before we knew it, about half of the cake was gone. That's when Tomo-san spoke up. My family was poor. What? An unexpected confession. Despite always behaving like a well-bred young lady, well, now that I think about it, she occasionally slips up and acts differently. I come from a big family. Being the oldest, I often had to take care of my younger siblings. But when my father, who used to be an adventurer, got injured, things changed. Until then, we weren't wealthy, but we weren't truly poor either. It was around when I was 10 years old that we fell into poverty because my father couldn't continue his adventures due to the injury. Indeed, it's a common story in Sidir. Even so, my father tried other jobs, but he started drinking more. My mother worked tirelessly, but our life became increasingly difficult. My younger siblings, who were growing, suffered from hunger. It was during that time. Tomo-san smiles as she continues. I'm a scout with an attitude that seems to view the world askew. When I was just starting out, I often brought gifts because my father had taken care of me for a while. It was usually food, meat, vegetables, and such. But on my siblings' birthdays, he would buy cakes. Scout with an attitude, right? Wait, does that mean? Sure, sway. Karen stops my unintentional question, and I fall silent. The cake with a variety of colorful fruits looked like precious gems. Even in our drafty shack, everyone's faces sparkled when they ate it. Now, I've become quite well off, and more than half of my siblings are self-sufficient. Our life isn't impoverished anymore. While her gaze remains on the red and transparent tomato jelly, she seems lost in thought. It's probably at the core of who Tomo-san is. For me, even now, cake symbolizes happiness. It sparkles like a gem, and it's far more valuable than actual jewels. It's the embodiment of happiness. That's why, with a deliberately wicked expression, I propose to Tomo-san. Instead of directly labeling it as tomato, why not start by selling it under a name like Red Gem Floating on the Lake? If it becomes popular, we can gradually reveal the ingredients. That's a good idea. The name sounds refreshing, and if people don't know the ingredients, even the mediocre cafes won't be able to imitate it. Tomo-san chuckles with a calculating look. Anyway, first, I need to master making this. After you and Karen leave, I'll use that guy. Despite his gruff demeanor, he loves cake, as my guinea pig. We both notice the faint blush on her cheeks. That's right, Tomo-san. In my world, you would be teased as someone with tomato-like face. Chapter 11.4. This is the path I'm taking. After leaving the cafe, I briefly stopped by the blacksmith's and greeted Novium-san. The knives are not yet finished. The iron selection is finally complete, and from there, they will gradually infuse my magic power and forge each one carefully. Section. And so, our business in Sidir for today is done. We head toward the outskirts of town, which has now become G-Liz's waiting place, a grassy field. Sorry to keep you waiting. Thank you as always. No worries. For someone like me who lives through eternity, even the occasional busyness after a long time is enjoyable. G-Liz, lying on the grass, raises its head slightly. It truly has an elegant form. Not exactly solemn, but rather majestic. Well then, shall we go back? Yes, please take care us. With Karen and Chocola also jumping on his back, G-Liz flaps its wings and gracefully ascends into the sky. Children playing beyond the grassy field watch us take off with excited expressions. As we wave back, the city grows distant. By the way, those kids spoke to me today. Aren't they scared of you anymore? Well, I'm just big in size, but I don't really do anything. We talked about trivial things like where they live and what they usually eat. Unlike when you met Father, try not to get angry if they ask strange questions. I won't get angry. Besides, there's hardly anyone in this world who treats dragons like us as mere lizards. Kazutaru Dono was just too ignorant. Well, growing up on Earth would make anyone think that way. I also used to think wyverns were dragons, but I'll avoid that topic. It feels risky. Speaking of which, Chocola drank as much milk as a mountain. Bah! Oh, that one's too full to even respond. Chocola curls up on G-Liz's back, half closing his eyes. His ears droop, and is about to fall asleep. The milk in the fridge is running low. I'll have to restock next time. Sorry, G-Liz. We'll be carrying more cans. The milk is transported in large iron cans, reminiscent of old Earth. When they're full, they're a bit heavy, so it's somewhat regrettable. Liz unexpectedly said. Well, that's fine, but if it's milk, you can get it in my village too. What? Really? Didn't I mention it? By the way, when you first brought back that can, I never asked what was inside. In our village, we raise livestock. We have cows and goats for milk and meat, and we also share eggs. Seriously? Oh, you're quite intrigued. For now, whenever we visit Sidir, we stock up on essentials like eggs and milk. Since these are things we consistently need, I once considered acquiring livestock such as chickens and goats. However, with livestock, it's not just about receiving milk and eggs. Eventually, there's also the matter of using them for meat. Can I truly compartmentalize that? Draw a clear line? I probably can't. Eventually, I won't be able to distinguish between livestock and family. By the way, we kept saying we'd visit Liz, but we've been putting it off. Let's combine that with a visit soon. I'd like to greet your family too. Oh, please do come. Everyone is eager to meet you. If we bring Pochi along, how long would it take? Well, it's much closer than the human city. It's about 3 days to the foothills. For a round trip of about a week, we could easily engage in some neighborly interactions. We received the lizard carriage along with Pochi, but even one way to Sidir takes 10 days. Moreover, cutting through the forest disrupts the territories of beasts, inconveniencing Sidir's adventurers. So, except when carrying substantial cargo, we rely on Liz for transportation. Yet, leaving the wagon idle isn't an option, especially since Pochi seems to enjoy pulling it. Occasionally, it rubs against the wagon as if begging, and I always apologize. We'll load up plenty of meat from the animals around our home. That's delightful. In return, take as much milk, eggs, wheat, or fruit as you'd like. Do you also grow crops? Or rather, are you cultivating wheat? Being dragons, how do they manage that? Actually, even considering livestock is quite impressive. It seems our vegetables are ready for harvest in our garden. It's not much, but perhaps we can share some with you. Oh, food from another world. I'm a bit curious. Although it's not like there are extremely different things. Well, I've only seen harvested vegetables and fruits from this world, so maybe they're completely different. There might be things like oranges growing underground or potatoes sprouting from trees. Hey, Sway. As Liz and I discuss this, Karen tugs at my sleeve. What's up? I've been curious about something. Sway, when you're at home, do you cook using ingredients from that other world? Yes. I understand things like mirin and soy sauce. They're included in the stock, so we can't increase production here. But what you just mentioned, the vegetables you are cultivating in the garden, are they different? They should be. And then Karen asks. For example, today's tomatoes. I know you grow tomatoes in the garden. Japanese tomatoes. The sweet ones that can be eaten raw, right? Don't you want to cultivate them in this world? Wouldn't you consider bringing the seeds to Sidir? I answered without hesitation. I don't want to. I can't bring myself to spread things from that house. From that other world to this one. It's a very vague criterion within me, but bred vegetable varieties are undoubtedly delicious, and it's possible to propagate them in this world. Even electronic devices like refrigerators and washing machines, if shown to the engineers in the royal capital, this world's civilization would likely advance significantly. But you know what? It just doesn't feel right. The line is clearly drawn. Sharing with Liz is fine, but passing on seeds is different. Things like granulated consommé, the essence of flavor, or knowledge of cake making. I'm trying to spread those. But when asked why I won't do the same with seeds, I can't explain it well. It's just. That sense of something's different comes from somewhere, and I understand it. My home isn't Earth, it's here. I was born in this world, raised in that other world, and now I'll continue living here forever. So, I want to be useful in this world, not destroy it. I want to walk alongside this world, not roll it over. So, I turned to Karen and said with a smile, if you ever think I'm acting strange, Will you stop me? If it feels like I'm going too far, will you scold me? Section. Understood. Both Vile-sama and I are watching over you, Sway. We'll make sure you can stand proudly and keep your feet on the ground. We're here by your side, so it's okay. With a gentle thump, Karen lies on her back and rests her head on my lap. I'm full, so I'll sleep. Wake me up when we arrive. Sure thing. As I pull Chocola, who is quietly sleeping next to us, closer by placing my hand on his back, Karen uses my lap as a pillow. Chocola's fur feels like a warm water bottle, and Karen's breathing gradually becomes rhythmic. Listening to their peaceful breaths while riding on a dragon's back, I gaze at the sky. This endless blue, perhaps father also looked up at it once upon a time. Our chosen paths and methods may differ, but both present and past, I'm sure my father and I share the same feelings. Afterward. And that concludes Volume 2, Father's Footsteps, My First Step. We followed Sway's journey as he witnessed his father's accomplishments in another world and discovered what he wanted to do. Walking firmly with his feet on the ground, looking back at the past, and moving toward the future, may this story continue. Next, we'll delve into Volume 3, titled Lively from Within the Forest. We'll set our sights on an unexplored forest, where various encounters await. Expect a healthy dose of fantasy. End of Volume 2.